All right. Welcome back, everybody. Today, 6 of Wimbledon. We are almost, we're pretty much halfway through the tournament. And we're watching Rybakina. We haven't watched Rybakina this week, I don't think. She's taking on Tauson, which could be a tough one. Winner of this will take on the winner of the later today match, which is Swiatek Collins. So this whole section is intact after all the madness we've had with the rest of the draw. This is one of the only parts of the draw that's kind of kept together, which is great because we get matches like this. Also, yes, tomorrow we've got fourth round action, so we're getting halfway through. Tomorrow on the women's side, you got Sabalenka Mertens is a fourth round. Sigmund Sierra is a fourth round. Noskova Anisimova and Kartel Pavlyuchenkova. So, a little bit weird. Like I said, the winner of this will take on Swiatek or Collins. And then in the quarterfinals, it's maybe the winner of this taking on Kasatkina or Samsonova, Yastremska or Buzez Moniro. So it's a bit of a, again, it's weird from then onwards. Andreeva, Krejcikova, Navarro, semi-final potentially. So yeah, look, this has been a strange Wimbledon. The upsets have made it weird, but we've got a little pockets of the draw are still hanging on. We've still got some good matches ahead of us. Now, Mensik Kaboli's coming up too. Dasher is playing Samsonova as well. We've got Bencic Cocciaretto. So still plenty of stuff going on for day number 6. And then after this match, we'll go to the center court and we'll watch all the action there, which could be interesting, especially with the Swiatek match. That's going to be a big one. But how are we doing, chat? What's going on? What is happening? What is up? I watched 12 Monkeys. By the way, I've seen that movie before. I just forgot about it. I have seen that movie before. I watched it and I was like, hey, I've seen this one. I know this movie. I just forgot that I did watch it. I totally forgot that I've seen it before. How are you? Are you tired? No, I'm good. I totally forgot that it had the lady from Revenge in it. Weird seeing her in a role where she's the good person. If you have seen that show. Only Elena can save Wimbledon on the women's side. What are you talking about? Sabalenka's still playing. Sabalenka's still playing. What are you talking about? Tauson and Collins for the win for me. Okay. I just started rewatching Revenge. Hey, enjoy that. Well, the lady in that, the mother-in-law, I don't know who she is. Is she the mother-in-law? She's in 12 Monkeys. What's up, Cam? Who you got? I'm going to go Rybakina. They had played twice, by the way. Not for a year, though. They played last year's Miami. It was a 3-setter. They played on clay back in 2019. And it was Rybakina winning that as well. So 2-0 Rybakina. But the last time they played was close. And Tauson's gotten better, so we'll see. Cam cannot be tired with his Super Saiyan hair. What are you talking about my hair? My hair is a mess. But I'm not tired. Not tired yet. Not yet. Wait and see. By the way, chat, I want to talk about this real quick because it is a topic that came up yesterday. And I dove a little deeper into what the hell is going on with Tsitsipas's and Goran's what they're up to. I went and listened to the interview. Chat, we gotta start doing this more often. I don't know why. Maybe I do it on your behalf and I just tell you about it. Or if you read first of all, if you read the headlines where they take the spicy bit and it makes it sound like he's slaughtering Steph and yelling at him, then you're not going to get very far. So I went one step deep. I went to watch the video in Serbian or Croatian or Bosnian, whatever language. Was it Serbian? I think they're in Serbian, right? Sports club is Serbian. I went and listened to it. He is Gora. When you watch it, when you read it, it sounds like he's being like super harsh and super angry, but you can't get the tone. Even like what he said, and it was hard to translate because the internet, but he wasn't as cruel as it sounded. Like if you listen to his tone in that video, he's just talking. He's just having a conversation with the two reporters. He's not like, Steph he's so unprepared. Like he's not like angry. He's just chatting. He's just chatting. Yeah, he says things but like he doesn't mince words. So he's not going to be like, oh, well, try and he's not going to sugarcoat things. So yeah, I feel like you got to get the whole context with that stuff because yeah, there was it sounded like he was ripping shreds and trashing Tsitsipas, but he was just chatting, just answering a question and just being honest. So yeah, don't believe all the. If you read a headline saying like, "Oh, Goran trashes Tsitsipas," he didn't. He was just chatting to two reporters in a very honest way about the person that he's trying to help. It just sounds so much worse when it gets translated into English, but then also there's no tone. You just you're hearing what he's saying as if he's saying it to you, right? So yeah, definitely, we definitely need to start doing that more often. And I'm saying I'm going to start doing that more often. I want to hear it myself. I don't want to be heard. I don't want to be told. I don't want to even read it. I want to hear it. If it's an interview, I want to hear it. Because that all matters. It changes everything. If you hear what he said and you hear how he said it, and changes things. It's not as dramatic as it sounds with a one-liner. All right, 40-15, good shot. Who's winning this one, Chad? I'm going to go Rybakina in 3. It was said in a fatherly fashion. Goran is genuinely worried and wants the best. Yeah, he didn't say it in an angry way. He said it in a very conversational way. He was very calm and just talking. As Tauson hits a lovely backhand winner, and it's 40-30. When you translate Serbian, Croatian to English, literally, you are losing a lot of undertone. Oh yeah, I tried to translate the audio into text, and I was reading, and it was mucking it up. So it's like, yeah, when things get translated into English, but then also you lose the tone of the conversation, it changes. If he spoke in English, it probably wouldn't have been as big of a story or as big of a deal. But anyways, back into the net from Tauson. It's 1-love. Anyways, that I'm sure. Who knows what we'll hear? Hopefully, at the end of the day, I think Goran's doing it for the best. He's not trying to bash anyone. He doesn't seem like that kind of guy. Also, he doesn't seem like a very bitter person who would, even if, let's say, Steph was like, no, I don't want to work with you, he wouldn't go out and then start blabbing to the media. I don't think he's a bitter person either, Okay. 1-love Rybakina. All right. Elena in straight sets, you reckon? Okay. Bencic playing as well. Dasher is also playing. We've got Mensik taking on Kaboli, which feels like that's going to go 5 sets. That feels like 5. As that goes in from Rybakina on the attack, and it's love 15. Yeah, as far as we know, Goran is still coaching Steph. Again, I don't think Goran's the kind of guy that would go out if he did get fired, would then go to the media and start talking. But again, I don't think. I think what Goran is trying to achieve is getting the best out of Steph and getting a positive reaction out of Steph. And again, he didn't. if you go listen to what he said or listen to how he said it, even if you can't understand what he said because it's not in English or it's in a language you can't translate. He's not saying it in a malicious, angry, bitter way. He's saying it in a very, this is what was happening, and again, it's been blown out as if it's like this big deal. He's very much like this. Very, very straightforward tone, and he's not. Again, he's not. He's very like just having a chat about in a very honest way. 15:30. At the end of the day, we hope that it gets the best out of Steph, right? Because he's right with what he said. Steph is better than where he's ranked. He should be top 10. All right, 15:30. Backhand return, the back of the Tauson. We've got a final from Rybakina on the stretch. Goes long, 30-all. 30-all. How many money is paid a tennis coach in top 100? I don't know. Depends on results. Depends on performance. Depends on bank account. I don't know. Depends on who it is. 30-all. As we serve into the backhand if it's a fault. Second serve. Serve into the net from Tauson. All right, 30-40. Now, Chad, if you're a Rybakina fan, who do you want to play? Would you rather play Collins or would you rather play Swiatek? Because I feel like Rybakina might rather play Swiatek in the fourth round. I don't think, because remember Collins beat Rybakina in Miami last year on a fast court. I feel like Rybakina might rather play Swiatek on this grass. But yeah, both are tough. But I don't know. I feel like Rybakina, especially being a Wimbledon champion, a semifinals last year, she's obviously so good on the grass. Against Swiatek, who's not got the confidence, not got that. I don't know. I feel like you'd rather play Swiatek because Collins, I mean, if she beats Swiatek, she's going to be flying high. And I don't think you want to play Collins if she's feeling good, All right, Deuce. I feel like Rybakina would rather play someone who she knows what she's going to get, right? Because with Collins, you don't know what you're going to get, But then again, both are tough. I think the best situation for Rybakina is get through this match as quickly as you can and hope those two play 3 hours. All right, Deuce. As we just serve to the back end of Rybakina, return goes long, and it's advantage Tauson. All right, advantage Tauson is she puts it away and it's 1-all. All right. I think Swiatek will beat Collins and then Rybakina. Hey, that'd be crazy. If Swiatek can get through that draw, that'd be something. I think Rybakina will have more of an upper hand against Iga than Collins on grass. Yeah, that's sort of where I'm at as well. I'm thinking that Rybakina, yeah, again, like Swiatek doesn't pose a threat against Rybakina on grass. Collins could. By the way, it's supposed to rain today, so we're going to just cross our fingers and toes that we can get through these matches without any problem. Why not a double header with Dasher? No, we're not watching Dasher. I'm not watching Dasher. Come on now. You know the rules. Come on. 15 love. Serve to the back end of Tauson. Return goes back into Rybakina. Tauson back end on the stretch. Sliced. Into the slice for Rybakina. She comes to the net. Tauson passing shot, but Rybakina in the net with a volley. 15-0. Oh, 15-0. Sorry about the footy. Oh, fuck. Don't even tell. I don't want to talk about it. By the way, if you're tired of Channel 9 showing you Dasher, why don't you pay the money to get Stan so you don't complain about it? You should be happy that you get to watch Dasher. Dasher's great. Don't come at Dasher. All right, 30-15. Is... As that goes in the net, the return from Tauson, and it's 40-15. All right, backhand goes into the slice lob of Tauson, and then Rybakina with a forehand winner, and she gets the lead 2-1. Yeah, Dutchie, to be honest, a loss is a loss, so I don't care if it was by 100 points or 40 points or 2 points. It's like, if Richmond getting smashed doesn't really bring me any joy. Essendon losing still, I don't give a shit about Richmond today. What do you think about Rublev versus Alcaraz, considering Alcaraz's form looks a bit iffy? Alcaraz's form always looks iffy. And then he wins the French Open. But I do think Rublev is going to be... Again, it's up to Rublev, right? Rublev's got to keep his head straight. He's got to execute. And he might be able to... push Alcaraz to the brink, but I don't think he's going to beat Alcaraz unless Alcaraz has a bad day. That's, I think Alcaraz has to be playing bad for Rublev to be with a legit shot. Because Rublev goes in waves, right? I don't think Rublev's going to play ridiculous, high-level, consistent tennis for 3 sets. He's going to, Alcaraz is not going to play, he's going to rely on Alcaraz to give him some points as well. But again, I feel like Alcaraz might be doing sort of the Djokovic thing where he's playing well enough in the first rounds. You don't have to win in straight sets in the first rounds you don't need to prove anything. If you're winning 4, you win, And then I think he backs his fitness that by the time he gets to the end of the tournament, he's not going to be too tired because even though he's played a 5-setter or a 4-setter, I don't think Alcaraz is too bothered, by playing an extra set. Yeah, okay, it's not ideal for but I think he's doing the Djokovic thing where it's nobody questioned Djokovic really when he lost a set here or a set there or even, Nadal, whatever. Winning in straight sets every day, I mean, it didn't work for Sinner at the Sinner lost the French Open anyway, even though he won every set. I just think it's just, we got to expect it with Alcaraz, Just got to expect that Alcaraz is going to drop, he's going to drop sets and he's not going to win every match in straight sets and rip through a tournament like Sinner does. I think we got to expect that Alcaraz is going to drop a set here and there, and that's okay. He's still got 5 slams, it's not like it ruins his chances. So I wouldn't be looking into he lost a set against Struff. Okay, cool. He lost sets against Jumher in Roland Garros. He lost sets all over the place in Roland Garros, and he still got the win. Or still got to the final, at least, even if you think the win was like this much. So I wouldn't be worried too much about Alcaraz's form. 30-15, as Tauson serves. Into the forehand of Rybakina, but it's a fault. It was a let, sorry. All right, return goes in the back into Tauson. Forehand from Rybakina. Into the forehand of Tauson. Tauson in the net, 30-all. 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 There's a bit of fault from Tauson, second serve. Second serve. Into the backhand of Rybakina. Tauson forehand. in the front of Rybakina. Tauson puts up a lob. Rybakina with a smash. Into the slice of Tauson is Rybakina back into the slice again of Tauson. Rybakina again with the backhand. Into the slice of Tauson. Rybakina back in again. Goes in the net. 40-30. All right, 40-30. All right, 40-30. As Tauson holds. And it's 2-0. 2-2. All right, serve again from Rybakina. Here's a fault. Second serve. So yeah, we've got Sinner coming up in about 2 hours against Martinez. And then we'll watch a bunch of stuff after that. As we're forward now from Rybakina into the forehand of Tauson on the stretch. Rybakina backhand. He's out. Love 15. Love 15. By the way, shout out to everyone watching over on Twitch. All right, love 15. As Rybakina serves again. And the return goes in the forehand of Rybakina. Rybakina in the net, love 30. Love 30. As we get a backhand from Rybakina into the slice of Tauson. Tauson in the net. And it's 15-30. All right, 15-30. His return goes forehand to Rybakina. Backhand slice from Tauson. So backhand a forehand to the forehand of Tauson on the stretch. Tauson in the net. And it's 30-all. He's with a double fault. It's 30-40. If Gaboli plays this, he will be very dangerous. Yeah, Gaboli's legit. We watched him play Fonseca, and the level he plays. I know Fonseca's still getting going, but Gaboli is he's a player. He definitely is a player. Gaboli, Cilic. I mean, Gaboli could make the quarters and take on Djokovic. That could be a possibility. As Rybakina puts it away, and we get the deuce. Gaboli is legit. Benčić breaks, by the way, and Mineiro is up 4-1 against Yastremska. All right. Deuce. Is Rybakina serves? No, she doesn't. Raducanu put up a really good fight yesterday against Sabalenka. Was impressed with Emma's level. Oh, yeah. Advantage Rybakina, good serve. The sad part is that because Raducanu was leading in both sets, people that are not fans of Raducanu are going to use that as a reason to be like, oh, but I know she played really well, but she should have won. She choked. And you go, okay. If you're a Raducanu fan, I mean, people were coming in thinking that she wasn't going to win a game. She was going to get smoked. So, I mean, it's a positive that she was competitive. But, people are going to always find something to hate about. All right. We get the deuces. Rybakina puts that away, and it's advantage Rybakina. But I was impressed. I thought she would be competitive. I thought she was having a good week. I thought she'd be competitive, but I was surprised that she was well and truly... Like, she could have won. I mean, she could have won, which was a long shot at the start, I think. All right. Rybakina holds 3-2. 3-2. I'm not seeing it online, which is good. Yeah. I mean, it's good that people aren't like going down the path, but I know that whenever you say something nice about a player that people don't like a lot of people don't like for some reason, they always find a way. Sports people need to be mentally strong on and off the court these days with all these trolls on the internet. Oh yeah, the internet. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Elena versus Swiatek, who would win? Well, we've got to wait for that to happen. That's not a sure thing. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We got to wait. We got to wait for the two. Both matches are not straightforward. I wonder why Rybakina's first serve percentage is under 50% for the whole tournament. Yeah, that's strange. All right. 3-2 Rybakina. Rybakina. That's how I'm sticking with that. Kaboli serving for the first set against Menchik, by the way. Yastrzemski is down 5-1. Yep. That is the thing. All right, forehand to forehand rally. As Tauson goes to the backhand of Rybakina. Forehand from Tauson. Again, the backhand of Rybakina. As Tauson backhand slice. Is a drop shot. Rybakina gets it. Tauson pass. Rybakina volley goes out. And it's 15-love. Rybakina's volleys have always been a problem, but Rybakina's talking to the umpire here. She's having a big chat. Not happy about something. I don't think it's raining, but it's definitely ugly. I mean, Rybakina, that volley was, I don't know what that was. She was just standing there. Just stood there and put the racket like this. That was never going to work. Backhand return goes out. It's 30-love. Love. Going to serve again. Fault. Second serve. Second serve. Love Tauson. As the return goes down the line from Rybakina. And it's 40 love. All right. As that goes into the net from on the first serve. Second serve. And she double faults, and it's 40-15. All right, 40-15. All right, we're backing up. Good return win up. 40-30. $40-30. Ah, 15-0. Kabali won the first set. Nice. As that slice goes down the line to the forehand of Tauson. Backing up from Rybakina to the backhand of Tauson, who hits a drop shot winner. 15-30. All right, 15-30. Chance for a break point here for Tauson to start this match, possibly. There's a bit of fault from Rybakina. Second serve. Second serve into the forehand of Tauson. Return goes in the forehand of Rybakina. Tauson gets the point. Rybakina overhits it. 15-40. 15-40 to take the break, Tauson. Return goes in the forehand of Rybakina. Tauson forehand into the net. One save, 30-40. 30-40. All right. There's Tauson in the net, and Rybakina survives. Deuce. As we get the deuce. All right. Sorry, back to deuce now. My bad. Pardon me. Rybakina holds a 2-0 lead. They played last year in Miami, and it was a 3-setter, and Rybakina had to come back from a set down to win. All right. Advantage Rybakina. Was Emma really bad yesterday? No. Did you see this? You were here. Do you think Emma was really bad yesterday? All right, advantage to Rybakina. Tauson hits it out, and Rybakina leads again. Emma should have won the second set. She should have won the first set. She should have won one of the sets. But again, people forget that what was being said before the match, how like Raducanu had no chance, she was going to get overpowered, Sabalenka was going to win easily. So the fact that the scoreline doesn't matter what happened in the middle. If you just look at the scoreline that everyone was predicting, or most people were predicting at the start of the match, and the scoreline at the end, you go, oh, it was way more competitive than anybody thought. The fact that Raducanu had a chance in both sets is disappointing, right? She probably should have won the first, or at least won the second. You know, she was up. You know, she was up like what 4-1, 15-40 or something like that in the second. Yeah, she should have probably won a set, but would she have won the match? I don't know. Sabalenka might have got it together in the third, and then it would have been over anyway. So, I think it was better than she's ever done against Sabalenka, and that's a plus. That's a good thing. It's a good step in the right direction, considering that most people thought she was going to get smoked. So again, I think it was a great performance. You got to give Sabalenka credit for coming back too, right? I mean, Sabalenka's the number one in the world. For her to come back from those situations is what gets her Grand Slams. It's what she does. It's why she's the number one. But I was happy with Raducanu's performance. I thought it was a positive step. And she didn't seem disappointed walking off the court. You know, maybe the press conference a bit, but I think she was, for a lot of people, was surprisingly competitive, you know, which is good. It means that she's closing that gap between her and the best players in the world. I think Sabalenka was saying something about her, you know, Raducanu being as good as a top 10 player, you know, as well. So that's high praise from the best player on the planet. And she'd know. Sabalenka would know. She plays them all. All right. 15 love. Tauson serving to level again. $15. Tauson tries to get to 4-4. 30-15. Good serve by Tauson. All right, 30-15. His return goes in the slice of Tauson. Great drop shot. Rybakina gets there on the lunge, but it goes in the net. And it's a chance for Tauson to take the 4-0, get the 4-0. All right, 40-15. As the forehand goes in the backhand slice of Tauson. Into the forehand of Rybakina. Tauson backhand. Into the back of Rybakina. Rybakina hits it wide, and it's 4-0. All right. 4-4. Okay. Benji took the first set. Nice. People still trolling Emma on social media? Yeah, because people are idiots. Some people are stupid and dumb and unfortunately will find a way to hate on any player no matter what. Starting to rain, by the way. Players are sitting down. Which is a shame because I feel like she put in a good performance, but people are going to always find a way to, she could have won in straight sets and it still would have found something. Kaboli could reach the quarterfinals, yeah. All right, they're just sitting down. A couple of umbrellas up here and there, but nothing crazy. Unpopular opinion, Rybakina should stop doing press conferences. She is always giving same repetitive answers, almost like Georgie. It's because she gets asked the same repetitive questions. It's sport. I mean, it happens. That's how sports work. They give Emma credit. She should have won the first set and had chances to prove herself. Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. I think she was great. Hey, DJ, think of the 30 months. Am I watching the Formula One movie this weekend? No, because I'm streaming. Maybe next week. Next week, I'll probably go see it. I just watched 12 Monkeys with Brad Pitt. I totally forgot that I'd seen that movie. I totally forgot. I have seen that movie. As soon as he gets put in the mental, what do you call it? Hospital. That's when I'm like, oh yeah, I've seen this. When Brad Pitt's like, with his eye, with that weird contact in his eye that is, obviously it's meant to look like that for real, but the contact lens in his eye, I'm like, oh, I've seen this. And Brad Pitt is great in that. Dash is losing. I know, I'm trying to ignore everybody saying it, but it's why are we? There's other matches on. Why are you only mentioning Dasher? Why? I mean, are you trying to? Also, Yastrzemska's losing. Can you mention that instead? Dash is losing. I'm looking at all the scores. It's starting to rain, by the way. Can we talk about how Cocciaretto's losing or somebody else for a change? It's all just Dasher. I know you're trying to get to me, chat. I know you're trying to poke me. I'm not taking it today. Talk about someone else. The rules are, if Dash is losing, shut up. I don't want to hear it. All right, they're going to cover the courts now. Talk about someone else. I see the scores. All right. It is pouring rain. And they're trying their best to get the covers on, but they are slow today. If this was a pit stop, they would have lost a couple of positions. Yastrzemski's leading 3-love in the second. There you go. I'd rather hear talk about that. Thank you, Coffee. Yeah, just on dasher matches. Unless, you don't need to talk about... Like, you're only mentioning dasher. Fucking talk about someone else. Talk about someone else. Why is Rybakina not on show court? Because she is number 11 in the world, I guess. All right, covers are on. I don't know how long this rain's going to last, but it was going to rain. The match is on center court starting in an hour, so yeah. We'll suss it out. We're back in number 11 because she lost points from last year. You're not covering Australia match? No, we don't do that here. I don't know why people think that we watch Australians. Why would you think that? I'm clearly not from Australia. Roof should have been closed before the match. Knew the rain was coming. They're not playing in center. This is not on center court. This is not on center court. This is outside. So even if the roof closed, it wouldn't change the fact that court number 2 is outside. You can close the roof on center court right now and it'll still be raining on court number 2. This is outside. This is outside. Rybakina didn't get participation in Brisbane and Stuttgart where she won. Yeah, she lost a lot of points from those tournaments for sure. You feel like Mensik can pull this one off? I think the rain delay definitely helps him. You know, maybe go back, regroup, ask the coach some questions. Do you think Emma's ranking now could be top 20? Yeah, I think so. Rybakina loses the roof privileges. Well, she's not in the top 10. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. When do you think World War III will erupt? Never. I've got a fun activity. Randomly pick a number and try and guess what the title was from the number. Wait, what? You lost me at random. I'm sure it's fun, but I don't know what you're talking about. As I remember well, we should now talk about who was banned how many times. We're not going to do that. I was kidding. All right, so apparently we got like a 30-minute delay. Approximately. Let's play trivia. Dude, you went from asking me a question about World War III, like you're excited for it, which is super weird. Why would you be excited for a war? Now you're asking me to do a trivia. I mean, bro, are you okay? Are you hungover from yesterday? Did you eat too many hot dogs? Crazy U-turn that was. Weather set to be sizzling on Sunday for the final. Ooh, okay. That'd be interesting. No Eala videos during the delay? No, but I mean, you can go watch some if you really want. I mean, she's not playing right now. He read the room and pivoted? Did he? Or did he just not? I don't know. By the way, Clive, as soon as you say Joe Rogan said, I tuned out. I'm sorry. I like Joe Rogan as an interviewer, but that's about it. Can we vote on new emojis? Maybe. Maybe. We're going to do that for the 250k party after the tournament, though. I want to do that. We can't do like. By the way, it's only a 30-minute delay, so hopefully. So I don't want. We can't really get into doing anything crazy because it's could be only 30 minutes. So then we'll be back in about 5 seconds. But I want to save stuff for the 250,000 party that we're gonna have after. So I don't want to do a lot of things that I want to burn through activities. Only 30 minutes. We'll be fine. Will the 250k party involve watching a 250 tournament? Hell no. We're just going to be doing nothing. How many members do we have in total? Good question. Nearly up to over 800 apparently. So there you go. Yeah, a lot. How many? Let me check how many emoji. Because I haven't got the emoji. The way I want to do the emoji voting is I don't have it set up, so I want to do it like a certain way so we can actually know what we're doing. Apparently, we can't have another emoji for another 45 until we get another 45 members. So we have to replace some of the old ones with new ones. But yeah, we'll get a new one in 45, about 40, 50 members. Are they active members? Probably. I mean, they probably watch the channel. I don't know if they're active or not. Rybakina isn't playing well, in my opinion. Hope she regroups and comes back winning. Yeah. By the way, no play for about 45 minutes, apparently. Umbrellas are still up. Rybakina on Sabalenka's side? No, she's not. Were you a big Julian McMahon fan? Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's a big actor down here. It sucks he passed away. Let's let's not chat. We come here to not think about bad things. There's so much bad shit going on right now. Like in Australia, in the world. I don't want to talk about it, to be honest. It sucks. He was great. There's a lot of, I don't want to think about bad shit. There's enough of that going on. You hear enough of that. I want to try and, not just you, Lorna. I'm not talking about just you in particular. People are bringing up other stuff like World War III. Like, what, you want to talk about that? That's crazy. Why do you want to talk about that? Why do you want to talk about death and destruction? That's crazy. That's heavy and that's too heavy. No, it's all right, Lorna. It's from yesterday, like the other couple of days too. People are bringing up stuff that you're like, why? Come on, we're here. Look, we're light and fluffy, all right? We're here to forget shit. We're not here to. I'm here to forget things, right? It's too heavy. Things are too heavy. We gotta just keep it light and fluffy. It's tennis. We're just dancing around with a game, hitting a ball over a net. Let's keep it light. Can we build a third or fourth roof at Wimbledon? I mean, remember Jay, you got to remember that Wimbledon lost a lot of money because they had to pay the fine for banning Russians. Remember that? They got fined for banning Russians, so they ran out of they lost a lot of money, so they don't have they probably don't have the funds to build another roof. By the way, they want to build another roof or build another stadium, but the council won't let them because the Wimbledon expansion is getting blocked, right? Because of the locals don't want another stadium. But that stadium has potentially a roof on it, so they could have a third roof, but the residents are saying no. Wimbledon residents don't want it. So I guess if they can't go with and they're not going to abandon the expansion yet, but if they can't do the expansion, then maybe they will put a roof on court number 2 because every Grand Slam seems to be trying to get 3 roofs now, right? Because Australia has it, and three is a good number, right? To have 3 roofs is a smart option, especially a roof that starts at 11 a.m. Have a roof on a court that starts early. That makes sense. Collins or Swiatek, what's your pick? I made a video, go watch it. Wimbledon will never be stopped? That's crazy. What do you mean? Is there a chance Wimbledon will end running a Grand Slam? No. No way. No way. Someone asked if Wimbledon will ever stop. That's crazy. Who did Wimbledon pay the fine to? I think they had to pay the fine to... Was it the ATP WTA? It was like $1 million. I made a video about it. I can't remember when. Where's the... Maybe they didn't have to pay it in the end. Wimbledon appeal against WTA fine. Oh yeah, in 2022. Yeah, the LTA was fined $1 million by the ATP at the end of 2022 for banning Russian tennis players from the tournament. Yeah, so the LTA was banned $1 million. Wimbledon was banned $250,000, and the LTA $750 for banning the Russian players. The ATP appear to regard this as a straightforward breach to their rules. Yeah, because it was a breach of the rules. Because there's a part of the rules, I think it was like, tournaments will not discriminate against players for whatever reason, and banning people for not playing, not allowing people to play because they're from a certain country is breaching that rule. So that's why they turned around, and also they took the points away to try and strong arm Wimbledon to change their mind, but it didn't work. So then they went, well, all right, well, you broke the rules, so now you're gonna have to pay. So again, it's probably not a drop in the ocean, I guess, $250K for Wimbledon, but still they did have to pay a fine. The LTA suffered more by paying $750. Because the LTA, remember, Wimbledon as part of the LTA, they're together, right? Wimbledon was only one tournament, but the LTA or the other tournaments in the UK banned the rest of the players, right? So Queen's Club banned players, Eastbourne, Nottingham, all these tournaments that happen on the grass didn't let Russian players play because, again, it goes back to because the British government in 2022 were like, no Russians allowed, right? So it was part of and I guess they picked up the phone and said, hey, no Russians playing your tournament. So it's a tricky situation. It's not straightforward as like, oh yeah, somebody woke up one day and said, oh, we're not having Russians play. It was it would have been a bit of an input from a lot of people. Also, I don't know how closely affiliated the All England club is with the British government. If there's a connection there, and there was sort of a bit of a hey, because obviously Tennis Australia and the Australian government work together for things, but also sometimes they clash with other things. So it's not as simple as just like, oh yeah, Wimbledon banned this. Other tournaments also had to play a part, but also those tournaments, like Queen's Club didn't ban the players. They had to follow the rules given to them by, the powers that be, right? Wimbledon had to obey the rules that the government were not going to grant visas and all that shit. It's more complicated than just that. But anyways, they got fined. The ATP WTA got the money from the fine because they breached the rules, so that's what happened. Roughly speaking. And again, they wanted to set precedent so then in the future, other tournaments wouldn't ban other players for other reasons, right? So, for the ATP and WTA, they don't want tournaments going around, or at least they don't want players being banned for, reasons that they don't believe is fair, like just being born in a country that's at war, And you have your own opinions on that, that's fine, but they don't want to. They obviously didn't think it was the right decision to ban them. And it was a breach of the rules that they have set. By the way, Chad, it is raining. Rybakina never earned any points. Well, again, nobody won from that situation. It was such a lose-lose, like that. Nobody won. Nobody won. It was an unnecessary issue, and then the next year we just played like nothing ever happened. And everything went back to normal. So it sucks that was the situation. And hopefully it never happens again, Because players shouldn't be penalized for unless somebody comes out and says I am blah blah. People saying crazy, like going crazy with stuff. But if the player, and we all know the players don't have, the players from Russia are not actively supporting what happened, and they're not like yay, they're not celebrating anything. They shouldn't be penalized, It's not their fault what's happening. They're not directly involved. So they shouldn't have been banned. But came back the next year. No one's been banned since for any reason like that. I know we said no heavy topics, but this is kind of just a tennis-related topic, so it's a little bit different. Is this the most upsets you've seen at Wimbledon ever? Probably, yeah. It's pretty high up there. I don't watch Big Bash League. It's still raining. Still raining and crappy weather. Do you think Rybakina won by luck? No. Because she made the semi-finals straight after. And she made the final of the Australian Open. Like the straight after that. So, no, I don't think Rybakina won by luck. Because she's proven that 1,000 champion, she's won the 1,000 events. She's made Grand Slam finals after that. She made semi-finals. No. Had she have not done anything since, you would say, oh, did she get, a little bit fortunate because there was certain players not playing that she could have lost to? But you look at the results since that championship, she almost won the Australian Open straight away. She did win 1,000 events straight after that, right? She constantly in the top 10, beating Swiatek, Sabalenka, and all those big names, right? So, no, I don't think she was lucky. I think it's kind of, it doesn't feel like an Asterix Open because it feels like it could have, like it's one of those tournaments where you're like, oh, the big names lost. But really, if you look at it, if we go back to 2022 for a second, Sabalenka wasn't there. That could have been a big threat, right? Because Sabalenka was coming off a semi-final the year before. The Russian players obviously are dangerous on grass. I'm talking, Alexandrova, Samsonova, right? Who's playing now, Pavlyuchenkova, Dasha, is dangerous on grass. Kalinskaya, Potapova could have, been a threat. So yeah, it kind of feels more like she just didn't. But Rybakina wasn't even supposed to win. She was the number 20, 17 seed. So before the tournament started, nobody thought Rybakina was going to win. But she beat Halep. She beat Jabeur. Two very big names. She beat Andreescu. She beat Zhang, which is interesting. Other players that were there, Swiatek, Kontaveit, Badosa, Sakari, not really grass types. Maybe Kontaveit, but Pliskova lost second round, so that could have been interesting if they had played. Pegula, she almost played Pegula, but Pegula lost. Gauff made the third round loss. So yeah, she beat a lot of good. Beating Halep, who had won Wimbledon before, and beating Jabeur in the final, who we went on to make 2 more finals, is enough to say to me that she also won against Andreescu, who also a slam champion, right? So yeah, again, I don't think she was lucky. She beat enough good players to make it feel like she earned it, right? Because you can go through the Grand Slams and go, oh, so-and-so got an easy draw. And you go, okay, well, that happens too, right? Somebody this tournament could have an easy draw and go, oh, well, Sabalenka didn't have to play any big names, or, whoever wins this tournament could have avoided so many seeds because there's so many seeds have lost. So, yeah, I wouldn't say luck. Yeah, favorable circumstances. I don't even know if it favored her, though. Did it favor her? She wasn't even supposed to be in the mix. Did it help her? I don't know. Would she have played somebody bigger and tougher? I don't know. We'll never know. Either way, I think that... Also, remember, 2022 Sabalenka was not a sure thing. Maybe if it was 2023, you could have been said, yeah, okay. Welcome to another edition of the Rain Delay podcast. Yep. By the way, apparently there's no play for another hour. They've just updated that. So we've got Sinner coming up in an hour. So yeah. Is Anisimova any chance of winning this year's Wimbledon? Yeah, of course. I think everybody's a chance. Do I watch online or TV? Both. Yeah, the roof on centre court is definitely going to be closed for the Sinner match. All right, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? We're not going to abandon the match. We'll keep going. They should have some courts with a roof, right? Are any matches being played on the roof right now? No. So the schedule is center court and court 1 that have a roof start at 1 o'clock or 1:30. So yeah, no. Wimbledon is the only tournament that starts the center courts delayed. All the other, Australian Open starts at 11 a.m. on Rod Laver. US Open starts first thing in the morning, right? I think the French Open as well. But Wimbledon always delay the start of play on center court. People hate that. I don't like it either. For whatever reason they do that, they do it. But the roof will be shut for center court and court one. I mean, I would be shocked if we came out and we watched Sinner Martinez play outside. I think it's going to be indoors that match. But yeah. Watch the Tour de France? Why would I watch that? I hate cyclists. They're annoying. With their spandex, riding around the streets like they're a car, and then they get angry at us, the drivers on the road, like we're taking up their space. Why would I? At least in Australia, that's the problem. I don't mind people riding bikes for the health, but people, then they start acting like cars. That's when then they start banging on your window and you're like, wait, what are you... Want to be cyclists around here. Especially when they start riding around on the skinny roads and you have to divert them because otherwise I'll fall off. Tour de France. No. If Rublev beat Alcaraz, then is an upset. Of course. Of course it is. In general, tennis an outdoor or indoor sport? Outdoor. Why are people here? I ask myself that every day. But I appreciate it. So thank you for sticking around. Osaka is struggling with the return game. That the stats don't lie. Otherwise, she was playing very well this week. Yeah, she had a great week, and then she just played against somebody who's very tough. Rain update. It's still raining. I love that take. It is the problem all over the world. What? Cyclists? A problem? Yeah. Look, I'm all for if you want to get healthy and stuff, but when you start... yeah. I mean, look, it's embarrassing. Wear some shorts. Did you see how Goran roasted Steph? He didn't roast Steph. You don't headline. We talked about this at length. I went and did my research because I wanted to know. First of all, I wanted to hear tone of voice because I don't want to come up with I don't want to read a headline and be like, oh, Goran's pissed off at Badosa, because that's what people seem to come to the conclusion that's the problem, because they make up their own minds by a sentence. It's my job to tell you the context of what I am seeing, right? Yeah, it's a bit sensationalized. But hey, thank you, Sage, for the 35 months. So I went and listened to the interview of Goran because I think the tone of the article, voice matters, right? He was just chatting. He wasn't yelling and screaming and losing his mind. Which made it, again, and I got this as well. When I read it, it sounded angry. He sounded angry. He sounded like he was, but when you hear him talk, even though it's it's not in English, he's just talking. But he's saying it in such a very matter-of-fact way that, in a very, no BS way. He's just saying it straight down the middle, just, babe, this is it. This is what's it. I came into the camp and blah, 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 blah. If you don't know that's how he sounds, it feels like he's saying something really bad, right? And here's what the rough translation was. I tried to translate it because I can read articles, but I wanted to try and get it translated myself. So, so this is apparently what he said. This is a rough translation. Again, this is probably going to be mistranslated a little bit too. Some words are, we're going to have to get a Serbian translator to get this right. So he said, it should be a simple situation, and it's not simple, but simple. In that sense, I've already talked to him a lot of times, If he manages to solve some things that are not related to tennis, then he has a chance. And then he'll return where he belongs because he's too good of a player not to be in the top 10. If that doesn't work, then he has no chance. Because it's my responsibility to make things for him on the court, those technical things, that's the easiest thing to fix. But the latter he has to do himself. Again, he said that in a very conversational way. He didn't say it like, oh, he needs to stop doing this. He said it very, very calmly. It was a very casual response. The question that he was asked, by the way, I think also matters because people forget, how did Goran get to this subject? We don't hear about who talked about it. Why don't they close the roof? They're not playing. There's no roof on this court. So the question was posed to him. What people are most interested in is Tsitsipas and your cooperation and how it all looks. And what will you do with Tsitsipas? We keep talking here that his dad and the family situation is somehow his biggest problem. So that was the question posed to him. And then the response from Goran was what I said. So again, all of this matters, right? All of this to come up with and look, you might come up with the same solution as you did before you heard any of this, right? You might still be like, oh yeah, it's definitely this. That's fine. That's okay. But for me, I want to know a lot more, right? I want to know. I can't. I need to know, okay, well, how did he say it? Okay, why did he talk? Why was he even talking about that? The question was, okay, right? So anyway, I'll go through it again. So the question was asked, and, the question was asked in a way of we think, the interviewer was talking to him, was thinking that, his family was the biggest issue in his life, that they were, maybe too involved or whatever. And then he said, it's a simple situation. It's not simple, but it's simple. In that sense, I've already talked to him a lot of times. If he manages to solve some of the things not related to tennis, and again, you can make up your own assumptions on that. He didn't go into detail. He didn't name names. He just said some of the things off the court, whatever that is. Then he has a chance, and then he'll return to where he belongs because he's too good of a player not to be in the top 10. If that doesn't work, then he has no chance. Again, said this very calmly, very that he has no chance, and he's just chatting, just chatting with his reporters, right? And then he said, it's my responsibility to make things for him on the court, those technical things. That's the easiest things to fix, but the latter he has to do himself. And then he went on, because you've heard about some of the other quotes he said. And then I think they asked, will he succeed? Or will that work? And then he said, blah, blah, blah. He said, he goes, that's a good question. He wants to, but he doesn't do anything. I want to, fix, help, but I don't see any progress. Now, will it happen? And he has, but will it happen? And he has to, this is where the translation gets a bit funky. But now will it happen? And he has to get rid of that back injury. And I think I'm shocked. I've never seen a more unprepared player in my life. So again, referring to the injury, the back injury. So he's obviously looking, because obviously he's come through the grass season with Steph. So he must be talking about the injury and a more unprepared player. He's not saying that Steph just walks out on court after a night out. I think he's referring, again, to the back injury specifically, that he's unprepared. And he obviously, because again, he's worked with Djokovic, right? Who treats his body like a temple, and he goes, well, you just walk out on court, not, get the right treatment on the back, then you're not going to be prepared. Again, that's my assumption, but that's what it sounds like. And then he said, I have to prepare 3 times as much. He goes, I have to, and then he said the knee quote. Now this has just been, I have to prepare, he says here, I have to prepare 3 times as much. So I don't know what he's been doing this year. But this is really bad. It's not easy. So again, he said, well, again, if this is quoted correctly, translated correctly, I have to prepare 3 times as much. So Goran's I have to prepare for tennis matches 3 times as much because obviously he's way older. And he said, so I don't know what he's been doing this year, but this is really bad. It's not easy. So again, a lot more context around. Again, he just said this very calmly. He just chatting to these two people. So again, I wouldn't be. We need to get better at doing more. Rather than just going, oh, I read this thing. There's one line that Goran is doing, and then just make up our own assumptions. We've got to get the whole thing, because otherwise it just becomes a whole big mess of nothing. And it really, Goran was just answering a question. Now, Tennis Channel weren't doing anything about it. Tennis Channel would just. I listened to what Jim was saying. Jim was saying what we were saying yesterday. He was saying, Goran's not like this. Goran doesn't usually come out and say these things. So, and then they were like, hey, why don't you call Goran if you're friends with him? He's like, okay, I will. So I'm interested to see what Goran says to Jim. But again, I don't. We said this yesterday. Goran isn't the one to go to the media and hype things up and make things worse, right? And when I watched that interview, I'm like, oh yeah, they asked him a question. He answered the question in a very straightforward way. It wasn't even in the press conference. It was literally just outside of the courts, where he was just asked them, and again, he just responded. Just a casual response in a very, he didn't sugarcoat anything, but it wasn't as aggressive as it comes off as in the text. Again, you might still come to the same conclusion. Yeah, he needs to do this, or blah, 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 or Goran was wrong. But for me, I'm like, it wasn't that bad. That wasn't that bad. It wasn't as bad as it sounded. Tough luck for Goran, though. He said he saw Rybakina winning Wimbledon again. I know. She could, but he's not going to be there. The media that interviewed him ambushed him. No, they didn't. He was having a chat. He could have. They were just talking. It wasn't an ambush. How long till it stops, you reckon? They're not going to play for another hour, so at least an hour. So yeah, hopefully that helps you come up with a better. Maybe it changes what you thought about the first thing, or maybe it doesn't. He did talk about Elena in the interview. Yeah, I only heard the part about Tsitsipas because the part about Rybakina, I feel like was just a nothing, and that's not really what people are talking about. People aren't talking about the Rybakina, Goran. It's the Tsitsipas thing is the more important thing to get a better context around. I feel like the Rybakina thing, it's no point in getting to that. He didn't say anything though. It wasn't there was nothing there. That's why people aren't talking about that, because that wasn't a big deal. Whereas hearing the quotes from Goran sounded, how it sounded in text, it was, that's obviously the thing that people want to talk about more, because it was sounding crazier than, it was boring what he said about Rybakina, wasn't interesting. Wasn't, you wouldn't, if you wouldn't listen, boring. But how can anyone replace Djokovic, though? What? His role was too relaxed with Djokovic. Stupid jokes not to train him. Okay. Can you make some cheese on toast and film it? No, that's not what we do here. Go away. It was funny hearing Goran plain speaking analysis of Djokovic and Vukic match in Indian Wells. Worst match I've seen all they play. Yeah, that's it. Goran doesn't... Jack, maybe, and if you're not from Eastern Europe, and I'm not from Eastern Europe, but I know enough people from Eastern Europe. I'm talking Croatia, Serbia, anywhere between there, Russia, they don't mince words. They're not in the act of, they're not into the act of making you feel all right. It's just about, you want to know, you ask me a question, I answer the question. It's not like oh, well, I'm going to be nice and friendly about it because, blah, blah. It's just like, no, I'll answer your question. So, like, they don't muck around. You ask the question, I'm going to answer the question. So, yeah, Goran would have said, oh, yeah, it's the worst match I've ever seen. Because he wasn't going to be like, oh, I better say nice things because of this, that, and the other. Like, he's just like, just say it. Just said it, like, and that's just the way. And I like that, you got to, like, straightforward. There's no, like, it's just like, you ask me, I'll tell you, and that's probably what Steph needs. And that's what Goran is, we talked about this yesterday. What Goran, before I even heard his tone of voice, just going straight down of like, this is what it is. You ask me, I'll tell you. Who are these people that ask Cam to make cheese and I don't know, who cares? The courts are playing slow. Do you fancy Swiatek chances going deep? If she beats Collins easily today, maybe. Depends on how the matches go today, I think. What's the forecast? How long for the rain? About another hour. It's going to rain. But by the time... We're going to be on center court by the time we get back. So we're going to have to watch... We're going to watch Sinner anyway. Goran split with Djokovic last year. So if Goran spoke about Indian Wells that Djokovic at Indian Wells this year, he wasn't working with Djokovic. Anyways. 30 minutes to an hour, Sinner on center court. Exactly, yeah. We're going to watch Sinner in about an hour. He was talking about Djokovic-Vukic, not Nardi. Djokovic versus Vukic, he said, was the worst match. That's what somebody said in the chat. And Djokovic-Vukic at Indian Wells went 3 sets, so... Yeah, so he said... So this is what Goran said. Again, I've got to double-check chat. To come back to this American swing, I think Vukic believed more. He probably could have beaten Djokovic as well. That first set against Nardi was maybe the worst set of tennis I've seen him play in 5 years that I've coached him. But he said this... he did say this. He said this in April last year. But that was after they split, right? Because they split just before the clay. Maybe it was around the same time. Because remember how they split and then he did an interview. Yeah. So this must have been post... Yeah, this was after... This was during the interview that he talked after they split. So he wasn't... Again, Goran doesn't say this shit when he's working with someone. So that's why it was strange to hear him say that, Yeah. Any updates on the rain? It's raining. I don't have anything else to tell you. It's still raining. Do you think Sinner stands a chance against Martinez, Cam? Okay. Goran's wasting his time with Steph. I don't think he is. If Goran can get Steph back up into the top of top 10. Okay, Chad. Let me have a look at the players that if let's... Who should Goran coach then, if not Tsitsipas? Because he's not going to... I mean, he could coach Sinner. That is definitely a possibility at the end of the year. If Darren Cahill steps away as he says he's going to, Sinner might... Goran could be on that camp. And by the way, Sinner has grabbed Djokovic team before. We just saw... And then he fired them. But he has worked with the ex-Djokovic team before. So that is an opportunity, but that's not happening right now. Casper Ruud, Ruud and his dad, they will not split. I don't think Ruud needs. By the way, I don't think Ruud needs Goran. I think Ruud's okay. Now, if I go down the list, maybe Rublev. Maybe Rublev, but he's back in the top 10 after this week. He dropped out, but he's back. I mean, Sinner or Zverev, which we always talk about Zverev. We're always like, Zverev. What about Draper, though? Would Goran work with Draper? They're both left-handed. Maybe there's something he could polish with Draper. Maybe. I mean, Goran Draper, is that not a bad combo? Maybe. I don't know. I mean, look, he could definitely help him with maybe with the serving as a lefty, because that's a totally different serve compared to all the righties. So maybe a Draper Goran. I think Zverev and Goran. That feels like it would be a great opportunity for Zverev, especially where Zverev is right now, and what he's been saying. Goran and Zverev feels like that would be great, if not Tsitsipas, obviously, if it doesn't work with Steph. But the thing is, so we also got to remember, chat. We've got to put ourselves in Goran's shoes, right? He has worked with the best player that's ever played the game, right? Not just the best player, but one of the most professional, one of the most physical. I mean, Novak Djokovic, if you remember his career to start with, what he had to do to get to where he is because of all the physical issues that he was having early. So he's worked with Novak, and he didn't work alongside Djokovic during those physical times, right? When Djokovic was fatigued and he didn't know why, and Djokovic was getting, retiring, getting injured and all that stuff. Goran wasn't there. But Novak had to figure all that stuff out and then treat himself like a machine and build himself as a machine going in. And then Goran jumped on and would have learnt all those things that Djokovic was doing. And again, probably one of the most professional players and professional athletes, physical, mental, ever, right? You put Nadal up there too, right? If you could work with any of in the whole of tennis. So Goran's seen that. So no matter who Goran goes to, he can bring that knowledge. If not anything else technically, he could bring that, well, I worked with Djokovic and this is what he does. He does this, this, and this. He eats this, this, and this. He works on these muscles. He stretches these parts of the body. He works on these, mental exercises. He does this, that, and the other. He has worked with the best to ever do it. So if he goes to a player that doesn't do those things or doesn't treat tennis in the same way as Djokovic has, Goran can help. And I'm going to say that probably 99% of players right now don't treat tennis like Djokovic does. So no matter who he goes to, maybe except for Sinner being an exception, and maybe Alcaraz obviously as well, he could bring that knowledge. I mean, that's worth it anyway. Like, you worked with Djokovic. Teach me his ways. If a player's smart enough, but also doesn't have an ego. Because if a player has an ego about it, I don't need to play like Djokovic. Novak Djokovic, I've beaten him before. Yeah, but if you have an ego, then you're not going to, you got to be a student. And I think Goran needs, that's what he's trying to help with Steph, right? I mean, maybe Steph, I'm not saying Steph has an ego, but maybe Steph needs to revert back to being a student rather than being, obviously the expert. He's been to finals of Slam. He knows a lot of things. But Goran has worked with Djokovic, also won Grand Slams, which is something Steph hasn't done, which is why Goran is so valuable, right? For the guys who haven't won Slams, he's very valuable. He's done what Zverev hasn't. He's done what Tsitsipas hasn't, right? They want to do what he's done, And again, if you don't know the Goran story, Goran Ivanisevic made Slam finals as a young player. He was a big lefty in the 90s, and he was one of the guys that was supposed to go do stuff. He was a dangerous Croatian, big serving, scary monster. But he didn't live up to his potential early on. And then it was at the end of his career when he got the wild card, he made the Wimbledon final, he wins the Wimbledon title. And it's a fairy tale because of that, not just because he was a wild card and it randomly happened at the time of the end of his career. It was because of all the stuff that happened beforehand. It wasn't like he just popped up and went, I'm winning Wimbledon. He was supposed to win Wimbledon multiple times early in the 90s, but he just didn't finish the job. Sound familiar? Does that sound familiar? You could probably name 5 players right now, maybe 3 players right now that are on that path as Goran, right? Got to finals, couldn't get over the hurdle, and just couldn't win the slam. Goran lived that. So there's a lot of players that could benefit from learning how he got over the hurdle, right? Along with all the Djokovic experience. So Goran is so valuable for so many people. If I go back to... So Goran, again, going back to it, Goran won Wimbledon 2001, right? Right at the end. And then he retired in 2004. He beat Pat Rafter, but I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about that. But he made 3 Wimbledon finals before he finally won in 2001. 92, 94, 98. He made the final. Now, he lost to Pete. Pete, greatest, Wimbledon player until Federer came along. But he lost 3 finals in a row before he finally got over that hurdle. Right at the end, he only played 3 Grand Slams after he won Wimbledon. He only played 1 more Wimbledon after he won Wimbledon. So it shows again that it was right at the end. Sound familiar? Tsitsipas. He's made a couple of Grand Slam finals, can't get over the hurdle. Again, valuable having Goran. Zverev, right? That timeline is looking very similar to Zverev. A lot of quarterfinals in Australia, a lot of quarterfinals of the French, semi-final of the US. Wimbledon was going crazy. It's not the same as Zverev in Wimbledon terms, but it's the same in results terms. So again, that's why Goran is so valuable for some of these guys who just can't get over the hurdle, because Goran lived it. Goran lived it. Not to mention all the other things where he's coached Novak and he's learned how the best player of all time goes about business. I mean, is that not valuable knowledge to have? Like if I was any of these guys who hadn't won a slam, I would be knocking down that door and going, Goran, teach me. Teach me how the hell Djokovic does it, but also how you did it back in the 2000s, or back, how you got over the hump. He is so valuable for that. And any smart player would be knocking down his door to try, especially if you can't win the slam, if you haven't won a slam yet, to try and figure it out. By the way, just to give you a bit of context, again, a bit more context, 98, he lost to Sampras in 5 sets, heartbreak. 94, he lost to Sampras in straights. And 92, he lost to Agassi in straight sets. And in that one, I think he was the favorite because he was the higher-ranked player. Agassi on grass was not really a thing. And also, Goran had beaten Pete in the semis. And he'd beaten Edberg as well. So he'd beaten Edberg, Sampras, and then I'm going to guess he was the favorite against Agassi. But then Agassi, because Agassi beat Becker, which is great. But then he beat McEnroe, who was, in 92, was very, very old. So Agassi was, I'm guessing again, that I'm going to guess that Goran was the favorite in 92 to win that. And that was just before Pete took off, right? Because 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, not 96, 97, 8, whatever, yeah. That's when Pete went on a run after 92. That's when he dominated. So it was before Pete's dominance. So Wimbledon was up for grabs. And Goran just didn't take that opportunity at the start. And then 2 years later, he lost to Pete. And then 6 years later, he lost to Pete again. And then finally, almost a decade later, he gets that slam. He should have won a slam in 92, right? Again, valuable experience for players that have been to multiple finals that can't get the win. Goran's the guy. Goran's the guy. Back when Agassi had air, yeah. Yeah. I remember that 92 final was a fairy tale for Agassi. Yeah, I've got to rewatch that. Is it on the internet? I want to start rewatching stuff, Chad. I want to rewatch old matches. I want to educate myself. Sure, it's somewhere. Oh yeah, classic match, 1992 Wimbledon. Oh, that's a Boris Becker match. That's not the right one. Where's the Agassi final? Where's the 1992 final? Is it not up? Oh yeah, it's around. Is it around? We've only got the quarterfinals. Wimbledon. Please, put up the final. Come on now. Anyways, did you speak about Goran's real interview that I sent you? Yeah. I listened to it and everything. So, yeah, we already talked about Goran, what his comments were and all that stuff. So, yeah. When did I start watching tennis? Around the start of early 2000s. Yeah, Swiatek versus Collins come up later. How will the roof affect Swiatek Collins match? I don't know. We'll find out. By the way, Andreeva and Baptiste is about to start. We'll keep an eye on that result as well. What is your favorite match from all those years? 2008 Wimbledon. 2008 Wimbledon. Always and forever. Actually, Chella. All right. So yeah, so we'll be watching. It'll be a double header with Sinner and what is it? Sinner and Martinez. Rybakina's weak now. What do you mean? Why was that so good of a match? The play, the storyline, all of the above. I mean, you know, Rafa having lost the first, and if you read Rafa's book, read. I mean, the first part of the book is about him. Spoilers. Hang on one second. Where is the book? No, I can't find it. I don't know where I put it. I have to find the book. I was going to read the start of it. Now, 1 second. I'll be back in a second. By the way, still raining. All right. What's up? Anyways, yeah. So Rafa had lost. If you read his book, the start of the book, he talked about the 2007 Wimbledon final, how devastating it was. So that's why it was the best match, because after there was so much going into that, there's so many things happening at the time, and that added to it. But then also the quality of it. It was just so high quality, such a high quality final. Two of the best players in the world of all time playing the best tennis of all time. I mean, it was just the best level of tennis you'll ever see. Some of the craziest rallies you'll ever see. The contrast of styles was so awesome, you know. Can you be a successful tennis player with a pot belly? Well, it depends on what success is to you. If you mean, can you go out and play tennis matches and win them? Sure. Can you be a Grand Slam champion with a pot belly? I don't know. Maybe you could be the first. How long has the delay been? It's been long, but it's raining. So I mean, it's as long as it's going to be as long as it rains, and it's going to rain. Three sets was enough for me. What do you mean? Lots of talk about Hawkeye at Wimbledon, or is it just the player's eyesight in the heat of the moment? I haven't heard anyone talk about Hawkeye. Who are you referring to, and what context? I haven't heard anyone not talking down Hawkeye. Why is Rybakina not playing on one of the big courts? Because on center court today, Navarro Krejcikova, defending champion versus a top 10 player. Andreeva versus Baptiste. That's why. Who's my favorite tennis commentator? Well, I love listening to Jim. I love hearing Jim's... Like, I feel like Jim has such a good... Like, he's not saying things for shock value or anything like that. He's just sort of very analytical. He knows everybody. Like, he knows a lot about every player. It's not like he just kind of knows the top players and then everybody else he doesn't know. He has a very good insight into everybody. He's obviously a great interviewer as well. Obviously love Robbie Koenig for the excitement factor. He's the most exciting commentator in my opinion. His energy. So yeah, those guys for sure. I love listening to Chris Evert and Martina as well. What they have to say. I feel like they, especially Martina, she's very like, kind of like Jim, just very like, especially on the women's game. She's great insight into the women's game of how, because you got to remember as well with Martina, people forget this, that Ivan Lendl changed the game professionally. He turned, back in the 80s when everybody was still partying and, going out and hanging out, with celebrities and drinking and playing tennis and then having fun. Ivan Lendl was a machine. He was in the gym. He was not doing all those things, because he was from a different background and it was a different. He was the professional, and and didn't make any friends because he was like, I don't need your friendship. I want to just kick the shit out of you anyways. But then Martina, I think she said this in a documentary, would look at Ivan and go, oh, well, if I'm going to try and become the best player on the women's side because Chrissy Evert was beating her all the time, I need to be like him. So Martina saw what he was doing and went, I need to be a machine. And she turned into a beast, right? So when it comes to professionalism, she probably, on the women's side, took it to a new level for everybody as well, right? So when I hear her talking, I'm like, and same with Lendl. When he talks, he doesn't do much stuff, but when he talks, it's like, okay, well, these people changed the game. They changed tennis. They turned it into they were the start of what it is now, right? Everybody takes it seriously most of the time. Everybody's out there. Everyone's a machine, right? And they were the pioneers of that. So, yeah, so I love listening to both of them, especially Martina. Very good insights, yeah. Also, she talks a lot about the mental side of things as well, and she's won everything. She's done it all, So so again, it's great getting insight into it from a champion like her, Because when you think about it, chat, who is? I mean, Agassi's the same. I love listening to him, but he's not a commentator all the time. But when we look at the players with the most Grand Slams, right? If we're going to say Grand Slam glory equals the most experience, right? And which it kind of does, at least winning experience, right? Martina and Chrissy are the most accomplished analysts when it comes to slams because they've won the most. Martina's got more because of doubles. But on the men's side, Djokovic is playing. Nadal doesn't do commentary. Neither does Federer. Sampras doesn't do anything. He's private. So you don't have them. Borg doesn't do anything. So on the men's side, the most accomplished analysts, Rod Laver doesn't do commentary, obviously. Either any of the Aussies of old because they're in their 90s or late 80s, so they don't do commentary. But Verlander, right? I love listening to Mats Verlander too. So Verlander, right? He's got 7 slams, so he won 7 slams. He's probably up there. Agassi's got 8. Jimmy Connors doesn't really do anything anymore. He used to. I would have loved to listen to Jimmy now, but he's not on the air anymore. Max got 7, right? So there's not too many players that have massive amount of slams on the men's side that do commentary at the moment. When I say massive, I mean not the same as Martina. Martina's got 18, so does Chrissy, right? So hearing from them two, they've got more winning experience than anybody on the comms because, they are on the comms. If I have a look, so Serena doesn't do anything. We don't hear Steffi do anything, right? Margaret Court isn't out there doing commentary. So those two are the two, how many slams they got each? They got 18 each, right? Yeah. 18 each. By far the most of anybody who commentates. So that's why I love listening to them because, again, they have so much winning experience. Mats is easier. Yeah, and Verlander is very humble. I love listening to him because he is again, one of the most winningest players and one of the most accomplished players in the history of our game, probably top 10 all time, at least top 10. But you wouldn't know it because he doesn't talk about it and he doesn't mention it. He doesn't bring it up. He doesn't, he's very humble. But yeah, I love listening to them. But yeah, I'm sure there's others, but I don't really, because I'm streaming all the time, I don't really get to hear any of them. I love hearing the thoughts of these players, these experts in the post match interviews and stuff. But while we're live, I don't hear any of that, so I don't listen to any of that. So I don't know anymore. There could be other commentators that I have no clue, who but I haven't heard them. I love listening to Pat Cash's insights as well. I follow him on Instagram, and he has a lot of good insights about the modern game. He's on Wimbledon coverage, I think. Yeah, Leighton's great. I love listening to Leighton when he's on comms as well. Yeah, you don't need to have a lot of slams to be a great commentator or a great or a student of the game, right? Yeah, it just helps that you have winning experience and you've been there and done that. But it doesn't necessarily translate into like, oh well, yeah, they're the best person for this particular job. But when it comes to Martina and Chrissy, I mean, no one can say that they don't know what they're talking about because they have done it better than any person on that panel, on the whatever commentary box they walk into. They've got more trophies than anybody in the box. There's not many players in the world that you can pick to put next to them that have more trophies. So except for each other maybe, but that's it. I love listening to Brad Gilbert too. I love his. He has a different way of seeing things, so I love listening to him. As well. Darren Cahill, obviously, he's got like first-hand experience working with current players, and he's great to listen to. Obviously, Andy Roddick as well. Venus did some commentary at the French Open. That's cool. I wish Barty did some at Wimbledon. Yeah, she was not there this year, but I guess she just had a baby, so. Medvedev would be great. Oh, Medvedev would be awesome, wouldn't he? I'd love to hear Medvedev's takes. Yeah, Kyrgios was good too. I mean, Keegs was great last year. It's a shame that he wasn't able to do it this year, but he is doing tennis stuff this year. You have good observation and knowledge of the game, and your manner is generally very good. Thank you. See, the difference with what I am is I'm just a fan, right? That's all I am. We're all just fans, right? I haven't won a Grand Slam. I haven't played at the highest level, But I hope that we are the fans. We're the voice of the fans, and the way I see things is from a fan's point of view, which is a different, hopefully different again. From what the experts. They obviously have experience and they've seen this and done that. But as a fan, bringing things up and saying and analyzing things as a fan, that's where, that's where I try and come in and have something to say. Yeah, it's raining still. Still raining. Sharapova's post tennis interviews are absolutely incredible. Yeah, for sure. Am I watching Andreeva? No, we're not watching Andreeva today. We're watching Sinner in about 30 minutes. Mac's pretty engaging to listen to. Yeah, I love listening to him too. Lindsay is the best commentator. She faced Sabatini, Graf, Williams, and Capriati. Yeah, Davenport's great too. I mean, feel like there's a lot. I mean, yeah. Again, Lindsay's. By the way, we talked about Lindsay before. We've talked about it a lot over the years. Such an underrated career. Such an underrated career. And if it wasn't for the Williams sisters, could have been one of the greatest, if not the greatest American player ever. I mean, you got to. I'm sure Chrissy Everett has something to say, but I mean, you take Serena and Venus out of it, she could have been 15. I mean, there's a lot of slams, a lot of opportunities, right? That were stopped because of. But she was amazing. Yeah, one of the greatest, but one of the most underrated champions of all time. I feel like her and Jim. Jim was kicking goals before Sampras and Agassi came along and kind of stole his thunder. Jim was the guy. We hear a lot more from Jim, because he's doing the interviews and stuff. But Davenport and Courier, two of the most underrated careers. And if it wasn't for this player and this player, it's like, I mean, we talk about Andy Murray, right? How if these players didn't play, then Andy would have been this. I feel like both of them, if they didn't have to play certain players, they would have been, the one, right? Especially Jim. Look at Jim. Like, Jim made finals of Wimbledon, that never get talked about. He made the final of US Open. I mean, we don't talk about Jim outside of those 4 Grand Slams. Well, he won 4 slams. Yeah, but he also made the final of Wimbledon 1993, right? In the early 90s, before Agassi Sampras took over, it was Jim Courier. He was on Letterman after winning the winning slams back in the early 90s. He was. And again, in a post, because you got to remember US tennis at the time, in a post McEnroe Connors era, those guys were finishing. It was kind of like the early 2000s when Agassi and Sampras were gone. Who was next? It was Andy, right? Andy Roddick and others, right? He was, that America was looking for a champion back in the early 90s. And, Agassi was doing his thing and Sampras was there and then Jim, and then it was Jim. And Jim he won 4 slams, I think, before Sampras won his second or Agassi won his second. It was, he was, yeah, I mean, the opportunities, if Sampras wasn't there, right? We say Andy, if the GOATs weren't there, what would Andy be? Andy Murray. If Pete wasn't there, what could Jim have been? I mean, Jim made the French Open final. He could have won 3 in a row back in the 90s, but then Bruguera took over for a little bit. But yeah, I mean, he made that early 90s, just before Sampras really started to catch fire. It was Jim, It was Jim. I mean, Sampras' first slam was in 90, and his next was in 93, after Jim had won 4. So if we talk... And I would love to do a thing with those 3 players. I mean, the American big 3 of the early 90s, if you want to call them that. Sampras won 1 in 90, but then you got Courier winning 4 between that and Sampras' second. And again, so underappreciated, Jim. Even we see him on the TV and we're like, that guy was a good player and he won a couple of slams. But man, he was better than good. Yeah, what was Agassi on before Jim? Yeah, so Agassi won his first in 92, after Jim had already won 3. So again, Courier was winning leading the he was leading the slam race between those 3 guys. He had 3 before they both had their second. He had 4 before they had their second. I mean, Agassi got 92 and then he had to wait 2 years to win 94. So by the time Agassi and Sampras had 2, Jim was already on 4. But then after that, Jim didn't win another one. Again, I feel like that's we forget about these things because we talk about the players who finished with the most. But the players that started with the most, Jim's up there. 4 in 2 years, 3 years, before Sampras and Agassi kind of, bullied him to be the third, the third, the awkward third player now. It's like, oh no, it's us. It's the 2 of us now. It's Sampras, Agassi, and you can sit over there. He should have, Jim probably should have had, 5 to 10 slams. He should have been up there maybe with, at least with Boris and Edberg, maybe with Mac and Verlander with 7, Jim was that good. But sometimes you're just born in the wrong era. And the 90s was Sampras and Agassi. But the 90s was their era. Just like Murray was unlucky to be born in the era of the big three. All right. So we've got about 20 minutes till Sinner comes along. Sinner and Agassi can both break Novak's record. I mean, there's a long way away from that. Jim was a fitness workhorse. Oh, yeah. He was a beast. Why did Sampras and Agassi overtake Jim? Was it pure talent? Purely talent. I mean, so Sampras and Agassi, sorry, not Sampras. Curry and Agassi went to the Bollettieri Academy, right? So they were both kind of brought up in the same system, right? Bollettieri, one of the greatest coaches of all time. Sampras was, I think, off doing something else on his own. He kind of came up through himself. But he was on a different sort of, just had a different, I mean, from what I have read, when Agassi and Sampras both started, and they were sort of the new kids, and Courier as well, people didn't like Pete as much because Pete was boring. And they wanted Agassi, the guy with the mullet, who was a rock star, to win, right? Because at the late 80s, early 90s, rock and roll, baby, right? And then Pete started beating Andre, and it was like, oh, the boring guy wins, and Pete was not the boring one. This is from what I've read. Whereas, Agassi was the exciting one that was wearing colorful outfits and stuff, and wearing denim shorts and stuff. Jim was sort of, again, I saw an interview with Jim on Letterman in like the early 90s, because again, he was the best American before Agassi, I guess, locked down. But Sampras was always probably going to be, just because of his manner, right? The way that he was, again, up until now, we don't hear from Sampras because he does stick to himself, right? He doesn't do interviews. He doesn't do any big things, right? He's very private, and that probably did him so well to, that's probably why. Again, I don't know exactly. Like, I would love to find out the point where Sampras and Agassi overtook Curry, like what they figured out and how they figured out to beat him, to overtake him. Again, we'd have to do a lot of research we don't have time for, but I would love to do an analysis on why. But I'd have to watch a lot of matches, and I'd have to do a lot of research. But yeah. But I find that fascinating. I can confirm that. That people thought that Sampras was boring, and they loved Agassi because he was flashy. Borg was the coolest. Oh yeah, Borg was great. By the 2000s, Hingis did not have enough time to play her game. Okay. The biggest could have been, in my opinion, Monica Seles. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people know that. That's the very obvious one. Borg won 5 on the trot. Yeah, Borg was crazy. He didn't win 5 slams in a row. He won 5 Wimbledons in a row. Loved Agassi. Pete was a great player, but I did not off on his matches. Yeah, Pete was just go to work, serve volley, win. No fuss. Let the results do the talking, Andreeva's already got a break, by the way. Yeah, Capriati was great too. I mean, very underrated too. He was. She was great, and she walked away. She disappeared. Really, actually just stopped. Out of nowhere in the 2000s. Pete, great player, but as expected for someone like that, no French titles. Yeah, I mean, he had a run. Definitely had a run. Yeah, Chang was underrated. Yeah, he was the first American French Open champion in the Open era, right? Lots of players had a good start in the 80s and 90s, early in their careers, then made a successful comeback somewhat reformed. Yeah. All right. So yeah, we're still waiting. Looks like they're deflating the court, which means that they're going to be coming back shortly. They said no play before 1:30, which is in 15 minutes. So that's fun. Vamos Rybakina, nice. Rybakina Sinner doubleheader. Yep, that is what's happening. All right. Why don't people invite Enna on tennis shows? Because I think she's busy. I think she runs an academy in Belgium, so she probably doesn't have time. Nope, court 2 doesn't have a roof. Can Alcaraz match Federer's record of Wimbledons? He could. I mean, if he wins the next 10, if he wins the next, 5? 7? 7 more? One second, chat. Coming back in about 10 minutes. All right. What are we doing? Where is Mia? I miss her. She's taking a vacation. She's right there. She's right there. Aren't you, Mia? Hey? She's right there. She's just chilling. Just chilling, aren't you? Just chilling. Had some much needed rain last night, and it's cooler, but it's due to the hot weather Thursday onwards. Yeah, it's gonna be hot on the weekend. During the finals, pardon me. All right. All right. Right. They just deflated the bubble. Okay, they're gonna figure out how to do a bubble. I saw a video of in China, I think it was, when they were doing a construction site and they built this 50-foot bubble. 50 foot, 50 meters. Humongous bubble so they could build and do construction under this big bubble. And I'm like, that's kind of like what we do here, except that we should just put it at the top of the stands and then just... Well, that'd be so... We could do that. Chat, surely we could do that. Somebody's going to invent a bubble. They do that in Europe. In winter. They do it in winter, so... They do it in winter. In Europe when they have clay and stuff. So, I mean... Surely we can figure out a situation to do that. Only a few top 10 ladies in the draw left. Swiatek, Navarro, Andreeva. Did you expect this? No, but I expected Sabalenka to win. So as long as she stays around, then that's fine. Everything's fine then. You know? All right, they're starting to unveil the court on court 2. Remember Sharapova's father? He was a really nasty piece of work. Was he, though? I think you're getting confused with Elena Dokic's father. They had 2 different people. Raducanu was 22 and Steffi won 22 slams. Cool. Sinner's match is going to happen in about 10 minutes. Yeah. It's going to start in 10 minutes. 10 minutes to start. We will start that match when this match comes back as well. So, double header on the card. Didn't expect to do one, but we're here. We are here. Andreeva is up 2-1 already, by the way. Sharapova's book Unstoppable will change our view of her dad. He was a crucial part of her success. Well, I've got to get her book then. What are you saying, Sharapova? You're getting it. Chat. We gotta get this right, because otherwise, if we're misinterpreting, oh, you're talking about, okay. So Sharapova's book. All right, let me add that to the list of things I need to buy. Yeah, I've read a book, so I'll get it. I was in Melbourne when Maria beat Justine at the end of the match. He did. Okay, well, you're basing off one thing that you saw him do, and that's your assumption of him as a person. And I mean, come on. They're having some kind of ceremony on centre court. Are they? What could that be about? All right. So they're just about to take the covers off, and then they'll put the net back up, wheel the umpire's chair back into the stadium, and then the players will come out, warm up, and get started in about 20 minutes. How is it that Sinner gets an easy draw to the finals? Because he's the best player on the planet? Mirra is fun to watch. Haven't seen her play much. Well, she hasn't been winning as much as the start of the year. All right, the covers are coming off in center court. No, sorry, at court 2. Then we begin. They're introducing celebrities on center court. Okay, there you go. That's what they're doing. Steffi will forever be the greatest. Her best will always be the best. Okay, fair enough. All right. Sinner's coming up in about 5 minutes. Apparently they're just introducing the Raw box. 3-1 for Andreeva. By the way, don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. We are almost halfway through this tournament. And once we get to the quarterfinals, things get very, very quiet because we only have 2 matches because they put the matches on center court and court 1 at the same time, so we have to do double headers. But luckily this year, unluckily, I don't know, we potentially have a lot of random quarterfinals. So if they do put the quarterfinals all on the same time, we'll watch them, but also it might not matter that much because there might be a couple of quarterfinals that don't pique interest as much. So we'll see. On the men's side of things as well. So yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see if we do watch. I mean, I love to watch the quarterfinals onwards, but sometimes I don't like doing double headers. So we'll see what the lineups look like and pick and choose. For the men's side, if the seeds hold up, quarterfinals won't be too bad. Yeah, they should be pretty good. But I'm sure 1 or 2 more will lose, so I'm not gonna predict the quarterfinals yet. I just read that in the last 50 years there have been 29 WTA number 1s. Nice. All right. Martinez taking on Sinner. We'll get that started as well because that is about to commence. Under the roof, I guess. I mean, if they think it's going to rain again, there's no point in trying to risking it, you know. So they're just introducing all the people in the royal box. So that's fun. Bunch of British Olympic winners that I haven't heard of before because I'm Australian. I'm looking at the Royal Box. I have no idea who any of these people are, but like I said, I think they're all Olympians, British Olympians. So that's what we've got. It's the Olympic day today. All right. What's going on? We've got a bit of a rain delay outside, so we've turned this into a doubleheader. Sinner taking on Martinez is about to start, but we've also got Kecmanovic, Djokovic later. We've also got Swiatek versus Collins after this. But Rybakina's match against Tauson is about to restart, so I'm going to try and finish that one as well. Hey, Andy Roddick's there, apparently. Andy Roddick in the Royal Box, I think. Or Billie Jean King's definitely there because they're showing her. Yeah, Andy's there. Yep, Andy Roddick is there. Front and center. Should have won a Wimbledon. Robbed. Bloody Roger. God, can we all agree that Roger Federer is greedy? Those poor guys from the 2000s, Leighton included. Bloody Roger. Ugh. Anyways. When's Rybakina's match going to start? Hopefully in like 15 minutes, 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Something like that. By the way, they've got a lot of the British Armed Forces representing around the place, which is nice to see the respect. Roof is closed, by the way. What do I think about Tsitsipas on Ivanisevic on Tsitsipas? We talk about that so much. I'm bored. Go watch the streams from yesterday and this morning. Rewind the stream because I don't want to talk about it again. I'm getting bored. Go rewatch all of the stream. Will do, yeah. Sorry, Elena. It's just been like done to death. All right, players about to walk out on court for Jannik Sinner and Pedro Martinez. And the court is prepared for Rybakina's return against Tauson as well. So we'll wait for them as well. They shut the roof. The roof has shut. All right, here we go. Martinez looking nervous. Probably first time on centre court at Wimbledon, I'm guessing. I feel like being the first on centre court is always probably the worst too, because you've got to stand there and wait for them to introduce all the celebrities in the Royal Box. Whereas if you come on second, you come on straight after the first match. So you don't have to hear all that like lead up. It doesn't have that big build up as much as The first match on center court is always like, all right, we're going to introduce all the famous people you'll be playing in front of. And you're like, oh, fuck, all right, shit. Who's here? Oh, God, okay, shit, you're here today. Ah. Whereas at least on court, when you're second or third, by then people have left to go to lunch, but also, or gone to dinner, but like, you just don't have that same, I feel like you just don't have that same, you don't have to wait as long. You can just go, oh, they're finished? All right. Where next? Sinner just disappeared. I don't know where he went. Was he even there? Was Sinner even in there? Did he run away? This is Martinez just standing there by himself. Maybe it's a tactic. Maybe a tactic. Sinner in 3 sets, you reckon? Okay. Yeah, Sinner just left. Martinez just standing there by himself, just thinking and being like, hang on. Like, he looks so nervous, Martinez. Of course it would be. And yeah, Sinner just left. And now Sinner's walking back like, I'm back. That was a tactic. Sinner just leaving him out there on his own. Like, you think about where you're about to walk out on. All right, and Sinner just doesn't even wave to the crowd. He just kind of goes, yep, I'm back. I'm back. I checked BBC weather, and it could rain until 6 p.m. Yep. Well, if we can just get through this match here on court 1, then court 2 we'll be fine. Okay. The players are on court. At least they're on court on center court. Sinner just decided to disappear to scare Martinez more, yeah. Yep. Just left him on his own out there. All right. Here we go. Roof is closed on center court. All the matches outside are coming back. Andreeva's up 5-1, by the way. No, the ladies haven't come out of court yet on the outside. Yep. Well, Rybakina's match will begin shortly. Just waiting for them to come back on court as well. They'll warm up and then we'll go from there. But Sinner's match will start first. Actually, while we have a chance, let me just... All right. Yeah, Mirra is... did she win? Yeah, 6-1 first set. Easy start. All right. Was a rain delay advantage for Dasha? Hopefully. Is Rybakina serving well or not? Kind of. I mean, she's serving average. Who won? Mensik or Caboli? They haven't finished yet. Caboli's winning, though. Caboli won the first set. Andrew.
You are a nice guy, Cam, mate, and you know your stuff.
I'm trying. Thank you for the donation. Appreciate that. Thanks. That's very generous. Very poor intro by BBC, not explaining the doping case at all. What is a casual fan to make of that? Why? What do they say? Why even mention it at this point? It's a waste of time. Like, what is there to talk about? I feel like, chat, it's done. We don't need it. Why even bring it up? There's nothing to add. There's nothing to say. It's over. It happened. He went away. He came back. We're done. Like, there's nothing to add to it. So why even talk about it? Unless they said, like, oh, he's back from a ban of a doping case. And then people, then, if you mention it, maybe you should give some context. But why mention it? Doesn't seem like it needs to happen. Like, we know what happened. Well, I mean, it's over. It happened. Yeah, we all forgot about it when he made the final of Rome and played Alcaraz, remember? He got to the Rome final and we were just kind of like, what? What happened? He hasn't played for 3 months? Oh, I wouldn't have known that. And then he produced one of the great... Chat, if Sinner had been banned for any longer, we would have been robbed of the greatest French Open final of all time. So, I mean, if you hate sport, then yeah. If you hate tennis... They did a quick review of his year and made it sound really dodgy. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, you got to clarify it. That's weird. Yeah, but yeah. Chat. If Sinner had been banned any longer, we would have been robbed of the greatest French Open final of all time. Andy Roddick in the house, by the way. Who's Andy Roddick talking to? Is she famous? I think people who don't like Sinner just keep bringing it up. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they will. But I mean, as far as the tennis community is concerned, he got banned. He got a positive test. He got banned. He came back, and we're back. It's all over. It's done. It's done. Like, it's done. Billie Jean King in the house, by the way. All right. We're still waiting for Rybakina and Tauson to come back on court, but here goes Sinner. He's going to serve first against Pedro Martinez, the Spaniard. Not expecting an upset or any... Hopefully it was something interesting, but I would be shocked if Sinner was to drop a set today. I got Sinner in straights. Who you got, chat? Who you got? Sinner serves. A fault. Second serve. No 5-setters, not in this one. Sinner should cruise. Yeah, it should be a straightforward, like, break, 4-4-4. That's sort of where I'm at. A Sinner with a 4-line cross-court winner. 15 love. All right. $15 love. Sinner serves again. Martinez hits it wide on the return. 30 love. $30 love. Sinner in 3, hopefully a bagel. Well, could happen. All right, Sinner with a fault second serve. Serving to the backhand, Martinez. Sinner backhand to the slice of Martinez. And Sinner with a forehand again to the backhand slice of Martinez. Again, the forehand of Sinner as Martinez goes to the backhand of Sinner. To the backhand of Martinez sliced. Sinner forehand again to the forehand of Martinez on the stretch. Sinner backhand cross. Martinez sliced it down the line, but it's wide. 40 love. What happened to Rybakina and Tauson? Match standstill 4-0. Yep, because it was raining. The weather went south. Okay. All right. 40 love. Backhand return to the forehand of Sinner. Sinner hits it out. 40-15. 40-15. 40-15. As a return goes in front of Sinner. Backhand from Martinez is no good. Sinner puts away the volley, and it's 1-love Sinner. 1-0 Sinner. All right. Also, Rybakina and Tauson are back on court to resume their match. Who's going to win more slams this year, Carlos or Sinner? Sinner. I think Sinner will win more. Why was the match suspended? Because of rain. The rain. It was the rain. All right, Martinez serves. As the return goes in the backhand of Sinner. Backhand of Martinez down the line. And Sinner forehand to the slice of Martinez. Drop shot's good, but Sinner gets there with the backhand winner. Love 15. Love 15. As we return now to the forehand of Martinez. Sinner with the slice. Martinez with the volley. In the nets. And it's love 30. Love 30. Love 30. As a return goes in there from Sinner, 15-30. $15.30. $15.30. As Sinner serves, sorry, Martinez serves again. Sabalenka is from Belarus. That is true. All right. 15.30. That goes out by Martinez. 15.40. 15-40. 15-40. As we serve again from Martinez. Sinner a chance to take the break to start the match. 15-40. As Martinez serves a fault second serve. Second serve. Serving to the forehand. Sinner. Return goes to forehand Martinez. Sinner forehand. Again, the forehand Martinez. Sinner with the forehand again on the stretch. Martinez goes down the line, but it's long, and there's the break. Sinner 2-love. (2-0) Sinner. Under the roof. 2-love. Most people, fair prediction of both being split. Yeah, I look, that's probably the right answer. But I just think Sinner's got a better chance of winning one or if not both of the next slams. I don't know if Alcaraz can win the US Open yet, but Sinner's chances of winning Wimbledon and the US Open are pretty high, whereas Alcaraz could win Wimbledon and then Sinner wins the US and it's too old, but yeah. I don't know. I just think Sinner, I could see it either being split or Sinner winning more. I don't know if Alcaraz is going to win more than Sinner, though. I don't think Alcaraz is going to win 2 and Sinner wins no more. So we'll see. But we'll see. I mean, who cares who wins more this year, to be honest? Who cares? It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. That French Open final mattered a lot. Even if Sinner wins 3 this year, it's like, well, that French Open final. You kind of hope that Sinner doesn't win the next 2 because then the French Open final, you know, we're going to talk about what ifs. Anyways, volley goes in the forehand to Sinner. Volley Martinez is a winner, 15-all. All right, Rybakina is serving at 4-all. We're back on court here. As that goes in the net from Rybakina, love 15. Love 15. As Rybakina serves again. A fault. Second serve. Double fault Rybakina. Love 30. And Sinner gets to 30-15. Sinner's almost guaranteed the US Open, really? I mean, yeah, I don't... I mean, we'll find out over the American summer if there's any threats to him. Any, like, serious hardcourt threats, but... There's a slice now from Tauson to the forehand of Rybakina. Rybakina puts it away, 15-30. I'm rooting for Sinner because Alcaraz versus Sinner final is priceless. Okay. All right, 40-15. And Sinner says an ace, 3-love. 3-love. Sinner, 10 minutes in. All right, 30-all. Rybakina trying to get back the lead. All right. $40-30. As Rybakina serves a let. All right, Sinner. 3-love. Dominating. Rybakina holds. 5-4. Okay, love 15. Love 15 as Martinez serves again. As the backhand goes, the backhand is Sinner. Backhand now from Martinez. Into the forehand of Sinner. Sinner in the net, 15-all. Why is Sinner matches so fast? He just doesn't muck around. He does not muck around. Love 15. Rybakina trying to steal this set. What do you think about the Rublev-Alcaraz match? Rublev has been quietly progressing. Yeah, I think it'll be interesting. I expect Alcaraz to win, but I think it should be pretty. It could be fun. It could be a 5-setter. It could be one of the highest quality matches we've seen. It could be a lot of things. It all come down to whether or not Rublev shows up, but I think it's got a lot of potential for sure. Okay, 15:30 here. Sinner trying to get that double break as that goes in the net by Martinez, and it's 15:40. Sinner for a double break. Also, love 30. Rybakina trying to take this set. All right, 30-40. Martinez serves 1. As Martinez saves both with a good serve, and it's deuce. Also 30-all. As Rybakina tries to take the first set. Sinner hits a great return winner, and it's advantage Sinner. Advantage Sinner for the break. There's a backhand down the line passing shot winner. All right, 30-all by the way. Rybakina can't get. Oh, she does. She can't get to it because it goes in the net by Tauson. 30-40, Rybakina with a set point. As Tauson serves. And with the forehand, Rybakina return goes back into Tauson sliced. Drop shot winner. Tauson gets a little lucky, but she'll take it. Deuce. As Sinner goes for the double break, backhand return into the backhand slice of Martinez in the net. There's a double break for Sinner. 4-love. 4-love, Sinner. 4-love. As Tauson serves the fault, second serve. As the return goes the backhand of Tauson, backhand of Rybakina to the forehand of Tauson on the stretch. As that goes the net, it's an advantage Rybakina. By the way, people who are talking about Martinez's injury, I can't see anything physically, but yeah, he's not serving great and he's getting beaten up. So I don't know if there's any injury. I can't see any. I can't see any strapping. So unless it's something that I can't see, he doesn't look injured to me. All right, 15-love. He's also playing Jannik Sinner, so that hurts your feelings. Advantage Rybakina. Backhand goes wide, and we're back to deuce. It could be his shoulder, it could be his back, it could be his groin. I mean, it could be something we can't see. You know, an injury that's hidden under his shirt. But as far as I'm concerned, no, we can't see anything. So it's hard to know. We're just guesstimating because he's losing. 30-love Sinner. If it's his shoulder, he can't serve and the game's over. Again, I'll take a look at his serve in the next game. As Rybakina hits it wide on the return. And it's for advantage Tauson. Advantage Tauson to level this first set. Sinner with the backhand into the forehand of Martinez. Sinner forehand to the forehand of Martinez. Again, the forehand of Sinner on the stretch. Goes long and it's 40-love. Sorry, 30-15. As Rybakina a forehand cross-court winner. And she gets back to deuce. There's a bit of serve out wide the backhand of Martinez. Return goes into the forehand of Sinner. Sinner puts it long. And it's 30-all. As Tauson serves again. Good serve. And we get advantage Tauson. Sinner serves. And Martinez in the net in the return. 40-30 Sinner. As the backhand return goes the forehand of Tauson. And Tauson hits it out and we get back to deuce. Back to deuce. Sinner with a forehand cross-court winner. 5-love Sinner. Sinner is cruising. 5-0. As we're serving the forehand of Rybakina. Backhand from Tauson. Open court to winner. She gets to advantage. So yeah, Martinez got the trainer on court now. He's talking to the docs here. I don't know what, again, I don't know what it's about. But it looks like he's pointing at his shoulder, like the back of his shoulder. He's looking also very exhausted. Yeah, it looks like bicep, like upper arm for sure. As Tauson holds 5-all. Yeah, it looks like he's got an injury with his upper arm. I'm not sure if he has any strapping on his shoulder or anything. It doesn't seem like he does. So maybe he does. Yeah, he does. So he has. So it's here behind, like almost back shoulder, like behind his shoulder. So yeah, he's got strapping there, but now he's getting some treatment. So yeah, it's like here. All right, 5-all. Rybakina serves again. As it goes out by Rybakina, love 15. So Martinez getting treatment. Hey, thank you, Ming, for the $10. Appreciate that. Thank you for the 10. All right, Martinez just getting a medical timeout on a shoulder issue. All right, 15-all. We're going to ace down the tee from Rybakina, 30-15. $30-15. $30-15 as we just serve again from Rybakina. Here's a fault, second serve. As we find out from Rybakina, up goes a lob by Tauson, and it's in. 30-all, great lob. 30-all. 30-all. By the way, Andreeva's up a set and a break in her match. Yastremska is 1-set-all in her match. And Kaboli's up a set and a break against Menchik. All right, 30-all. Rybakina serves into the backhand slice of Tauson. Backhand of Rybakina. Into the backhand of Tauson. And that's a great passing shot. Winner. Tauson gets a break point, 30-40. All right, 30-40. Chance to break. $30-40. First serve is a fault. Second serve. Second serve. The backhand Tauson in the net. Ooh, she went for it. That would have been a hell of a shot. All right, deuce. By the way, Chad, did anyone else see John Cena? Apparently he was at the tennis the other day. As with a serve, fault by Rybakina, second serve. Second serve into the forehand of Tauson, forehand of Rybakina to the forehand of Tauson, Rybakina backhand. Into the slice of Tauson, Rybakina slice again. As a backhand slice again from Tauson. That's a winner. It's advantage Tauson. Arc didn't see him. Was he there? Was he? I don't know. I didn't. He wasn't. He know nothing about tennis. Dark card. I heard he. I heard he was there. 15 love as Martinez back on court, and a save by Tauson. He was there. I saw clips. Huh? I didn't see him. As Sinner hits the backhand wide, 30 love. Martinez getting the crowd support, which is nice. 30 love. And Rybakina's got the advantage to take the lead again. $30 love. As Rybakina serves a fault, second serve. As Martinez gets the 40 love with a good serve. $40 love. To get a game. As Rybakina gets back to deuce. As the return goes in forehand to Martinez. Forehand from Sinner on the stretch goes into the backhand slice of Martinez. Sinner forehand straight to Martinez, who hits a passing shot winner. Martinez gets the game. 5-1. Sinner. Martinez getting the round of applause. Martinez gets a game. Rybakina with the advantage, by the way. All right, Sinner serving for the first set. As the return goes in from Tauson to forehand Rybakina. Backhand at Tauson. Into the forehand Rybakina. Tauson forehand on the stretch. There's Rybakina down the line. Tauson backhand slice lob. Goes in. Rybakina puts it away. All right, Rybakina 6-5. First set. All right, Sinner. Losing the first point, love 15. Love 15. Sinner serves. Into the backhand of Martinez. Sinner with a forehand. Into the forehand of Martinez. The Sinner backhand again. The backhand of Martinez down the line. That's a good shot. Sinner with a pass. Martinez with the volley. Sinner gets it, but Martinez volleys it away. Love 30. Hasn't lost a point since he got medical timeout. Love 30. Love 30. Love 30. Martinez hanging on. Sinner serves again. Serving to the forehand of Martinez. Return goes back into Sinner. Martinez backhand pass. Sinner hits the pickup. That's a good shot, but Martinez there with a drop shot. Sinner with a passing shot lob. Martinez going to run, hit a tweener. But it goes wide. 15-30. Martinez has come alive. All right, 15-30. As Tauson serves an ace, 15 love. Tauson serves again. Fault, second serve. The Sinner serves an ace down the tee, 30-0. As the lob goes up from Rybakina into the forehand of Tauson, and Tauson hits a win up, 30 love. $30 love. All right, 30-0. Sinner with a forehand. Straight to Martinez, a slice, but Sinner volleys it away. 40-30. Sinner to take the first set. All right, serving to the forehand. Rybakina backing out from Tauson. Goes long, 30-15. 31 minutes for Sinner, by the way, to take the first set. 40-30. He serves a fault. Second serve. Thanks, Deb. As we're just serving at the backhand of Martinez. Corner from Sinner. Martinez drop shot in the net. There's the first set. 6-1 for Sinner. 6-1 for Sinner. Ugh. What? What is that schedule? Yuck. That's bad. What are they doing? I get cartels are British, but holy shit. What is that? 2 unseeded players on center court on the start of the day? That's crazy. When you could have put Anisimova versus Noskova? Cartel getting the British boost. Anyways, 30-all. Serve out wide. She deserves it. She's come this far. But still, that's strange. That's like I'm surprised they've gone that patriotic. Pavlyuchenkova versus Cartel on the center court in a 4th round is kind of wild. Especially when you've got Anisimova and Noskova, 2 young players who are could very well win this tournament. I would have thought Anisimova would have got center court. Because she's a contender at this point. And it's 40-30. That goes in the net from Rybakina. We go to a tiebreak. Who's winning the tiebreak, chat? Who you got? Sabalenka and then Rublev versus Alcaraz. You got Fritz Thompson, then Jerry. I got to be honest, chat. Tomorrow's matches are kind of mid. There's only like a couple of good matches to be honest. Fritz Thompson there. Yeah, I mean Sabalenka Mertens and Rublev Alcaraz are the only 2 really like good matches that I think. Tomorrow's a bit of a chill day, I reckon. Anyways, that goes the net from Rybakina. One love, Tauson. Who outside of the big fans knows Anisimova, but who knows Cartel? Anyways, Cartel got the British boost, and that's Norrie didn't though. Norrie and Jarry, they got shafted to court 1, sorry. So yeah. But now look, Cartel, she's had a good run, so she deserves center court. No surprise. That's fine. 1 second. Yeah. Ah, 2-1 Tauson. We're back on serve. As we're back in the misses again. 3-1 Tauson. As we're nice down the tee from Rybakina. 3-2 Tauson. Yeah, Norrie prefers court 1, but they wouldn't have put him on center court anyway. Over Alcaraz. All right, 3-2 Tauson. And Sinner hits it in the net 40-30. (3-2) as we return now to the backhand of Tauson. Forehand Rybakina, again to the backhand of Tauson, who hits it wide. We're back on serve, 3-3. 3 all. All right, 3 all. 40-30 hit as we get a return out from Sinner to the forehand of Martinez, and then Sinner hits it wide, and Martinez 1-love in the second. All right, 3-3. 3-3. All right, drop shot from Tauson. Rybakina goes down the line with a forehand winner. 4-3, Rybakina. She's got the mini break now. 4-3. Rybakina. All right, 4-3. Rybakina. And she goes to the forehand of Tauson. Forehand from Rybakina. Inside out's a winner. 5-3, Rybakina. 5-3. All right. Rybakina 5-3. Rybakina serves again. Here's a fault. Second serve. Second serve. Into the backhand of Tauson. Return goes the backhand of Rybakina. And Tauson puts up a lob. Bounce forehand from Rybakina. Tauson gets it back with a slice. Rybakina volley. Tauson forehand pass. Rybakina volley. Open court. Tauson slices it back. And it's in for a lob winner. Great shot from Tauson. Back on serve. 5-4. Rybakina. 5-4 Rybakina. Great pick up by Tauson. 1 second, chap. All right. 6-5. Tauson. She takes the lead, and the first set point goes to her, but it's on Rybakina's serve. Six, 5. As Rybakina returns. So serves out wide. Great serve, Rybakina. And Tauson hits it in the net. All right, 6-all. They change ends. Sinner holds 1-1. 1-1 in the... second. All right, Rybakina serves again, 6-0. Tauson and Rybakina, 2-0 Rybakina. They did play last year in Miami, which was a 3-setter. Serve goes down to the backhand of Tauson. Slice return, the backhand of Rybakina. Rybakina hits it out. 7-6 Tauson to take the first set. Also 15 love Martinez. He tried to stay in front. Seven, 6 Tauson. So don't see the forehand of Rybakina. Return goes out. Tauson takes the first. 8-6 in the tiebreak. Rybakina is going to have to fight back. All right, let's see if Martinez can keep the lead here. As that goes out by Martinez. And it's 15-30 Sinner. As the return goes back into Martinez. Backing out from Sinner to the volley. Martinez is a great volley. There's an inside out skidding volley wide. It goes in and goes wide though. But Kabali's up 2 sets to love against Menchik. Also Andreeva got the win, and so did Samsonova. All right, 30-0. As Martinez looks to hold and stay in front. Serve goes in the backhand of Sinner. Backhand out from Martinez. Into the backhand of Sinner. Sinner hits it long, and it's 40-30. $40-30. As it a 400 rally. Down the line from Sinner goes wide. And it's Martinez, 2-1 in the second. All right. Okay. 2-1 Sinner. All right, and Rybakina hits it out, 30-15. I'm just having a look at who's hit the most aces this week. Fritz and Tauson, okay. Where's Sabalenka on the ace count? Why is she not even there? Has Sabalenka hit less than 10 aces? That's crazy. No, she's hit 12. I can't read. All right. I'm just checking out my predictions, how good they're going. They're all right. All right. Martinez with the volley winner. It's 15-0. As Rybakina hits that forehand long, and it's 40-15. Sorry, hit it wide, 40-15. Cam, who would you pick if we get a Swiatek versus Samsonova quarterfinal? Swiatek. Samsonova's tough, though. I picked her as a dark horse, as one of my dark horse prediction runs, because I know how good she can be on grass. She just hasn't been great at slams, but maybe this is the one. Forehand goes down the line, the backhand of Tauson, backhand of Rybakina to the slice of Tauson. Rybakina backhand into the forehand of Tauson. To the backhand of Rybakina is Tauson forehand winner. It's 1-love Tauson in the second. Martinez with a 15-30 here. $15.30. Yeah, Jarry hit 25 aces yesterday. Well, Jarry and Fritz are the top ace counts. Fritz played 5 setters, though, so that helps. 15-30. And Sinner serves. A fault, second serve. Second serve. As the return goes in the net. On the return from Martinez, 30-0. $30-all. Sinner serves. An ace out wide. 40-30. $40-30. To level the second. Sinner 40-30 serves the fault, second serve. And Sinner with a backhand winner down the line. Okay, Sinner holds. 2-2. 2-all. All right, 2-2. $15.30 here. We're back in trouble. Tauson about to get the break in the second as well. Menchik with the headband is a mood, is it? Well, it's not helping him. He's losing. He's down 2 sets of love. And a break. All right, serving the forehand of Tauson. Return goes a forehand of Rybakina. Rybakina hits a wide. And it's 15-40. Tauson to take the break. As Rybakina serves an ace, saves one. 30-40. All right. As Rybakina survives, gets the deuce. All right, 15:30, by the way. Sinner a chance to get the break. 15:40 now. A chance to take the break in the second. I think Andy Roddick might be asleep. 15:40. He's definitely asleep behind those glasses. Andy Roddick is asleep. He is asleep. You can't tell. He is, though. Go to the difference here, 30-40. 30-40. One saved. Also, break point for Tauson. Break point for Tauson again. As the return goes into the forehand of Rybakina. Drop shot's good. Tauson slice is better. Tauson breaks. Setting a break for Clara Tauson. There's a forehand now from Martinez. Sinner on the attack. Martinez backhand. Into the forehand of Sinner as Martinez with the forehand again. The forehand of Sinner. Into the forehand of Martinez in the net. And Sinner breaks too. 3-2 in the second. Who did Andy pick to win Wimbledon though? Did he pick Sinner? He's probably jet lagged. Yeah, exactly. Anyways, I was just kidding. He's probably wide awake, taking notes. 3-2. Sinner with a set and a break. Tauson also a set and a break. Also, Krejcikova and Navarro about to start. That's an interesting match. Dimitrov just started as well. Apparently, Yastremska lost. Okay. All right. Clara Tauson. You picked Carlos and Djokovic in the final. Okay. All right. 15 love Tauson. Monero into the fourth round, yeah. Monero versus Samsonova, I think. I'm pretty sure. All right, 30 love Tauson. Yeah, Monero versus Tauson. Versus Samsonova. And then Cocciaretto's up a break in the third against Bencic as well. So that's happening. So it could be Cocciaretto versus Alexandrova for a fourth round. Wild times. There's wild matchups all around. It's random matchups that we wouldn't expect at slams. As with a drop shot from Tauson, that's too good. No, Rybakina gets it, but hits it wide. 40 love. Tauson to take a 3-love lead in the second. As Tauson serves a fault, second serve. Also, Sonigo and Nakashima are about to go at it. I think they're going to go 5 sets. That feels 5 sets to me. That could be 5. Right, chat? That's a 5-setter in the making. As Rybakina slicing the net, and Tauson's got 3 love in the second, sorry. All right. Rybakina's going to have to find something. All right, 30-15. Sinner looking for that 4-2 lead. Ah, 30 all. Martinez looking for that break back. Okay. 40-30 Sinner. Okay. $40-30. 40-30 as Sinner serves the backhand of Martinez. Backhand now from Sinner to the slice of Martinez. He comes to the net. Sinner with a pass, too easy. 4-2. 4-2 Sinner in the second. Worst Wimbledon ever. Way more upsets today. Well, it is what it is. To beat Alcaraz, how many first serves needs Sinner? Is 70% good? I think he lacks first serve. Maybe. I don't know. We'll find out if they play. 15 love as that goes down the line for a winner from Tauson. 15-all. Beautiful backhand winner. 15-all. As Sinner hits it in the net. 15 love Martinez. All right, 15-all as Rybakina trying to hold. Serving the 400,000. Return goes long. Oh, probably 30-15. 30-15. Serving the 400,000. Return goes into the forehand of Rybakina. Tauson backhand down the line. Rybakina forehand goes long, and it's 30-all. Tauson with a chance to get the double break. 30-all. As Sinner hits a lovely lob. All right, 30-all. Rybakina serves again. Serving to the 400,000. Return goes 400. Rybakina. Tauson can't get that one. 40-30. As a backhand slice into the volley of Sinner. And then the volley from Sinner goes the forehand of Martinez, who hits it wide. 15-30. Sinner to get the double break in the third. All right, 15-30. And 40-30 Rybakina. Serving the backhand Tauson. Return is out. Rybakina holds 3-1 Tauson in the second. All right, 15-30. Martinez serving the backhand of Sinner. Martinez sliced into the forehand of Sinner. Again, the forehand of Martinez. Sinner with the forehand down the line in the net. And it's 30-all. 30-all. Sonigo Nakashima 1-0 Sonigo apparently. And yeah, Krejcikova and Navarro is about to start. Dimitrov has just started against Ovner as well. As Rybakina hits a volley wide. Oh, man, she had the chance too. She had a good approach, but then she just hit the volley. Just hit the volley wide. was trying to go for an angled volley winner, but it was just too... she was just too close to the side. All right, 40-30 Martinez. It's starting to get windy outside as well. It's starting to get windy. 15-30. Sorry, 15 love as we get a serve from Tauson. Serve to the back of Rybakina. Tauson forehand. Into the forehand of Rybakina. It's Tauson backhand. Into the forehand of Rybakina. Again to the backhand of Tauson. She hits the drop shot winner. 30 love. 30 love. Also 40-30. As Sinner goes to the slice of Martinez. Backhand out from Sinner. Again, the backhand of Martinez. As Sinner gets the point. Martinez in the net. Deuce. All right. 30 love. There's a bit of fault from Tauson, second serve. As the return goes forehand of Tauson. Rybakina forehand down the line. Tauson slice. Into the backhand of Rybakina. As Tauson slice again. Drop shot. Rybakina gets it. Tauson's got a backhand slice. Cross court wide. Rybakina survives. 30-15. Tauson tried to go for a fancy shot. All right. Advantage Sinner for that double break. I can tell you this. We're not going to be watching Demon or unless he plays Djokovic. Heads up. No Demon unless he plays Nole. Them the rules. All right. Return goes out from Rybakina, 40-15, as Sinner with the backhand. Into the slice of Martinez. Sinner backhand down the line, goes out, and it's deuce. Get to deuce. As Rybakina hits a winner on the return. 40-30. As Martinez serves a fault, second serve. As the slice goes into the forehand of Sinner. Backhand from Martinez. As Sinner goes to the drop shot of Martinez. Sinner picks it up, but it hits it in the net. And it's advantage Martinez. Advantage Martinez to take the game as Tauson holds. 4-1 in the second. In the second. Tauson with a set and a break. Rybakina is going to need some inspiration. All right. Deuce as Sinner tries to get this double break in the second. Okay. Martinez serves again. The backhand of Sinner. Forehand of Martinez. The forehand of Sinner. Again, the forehand of Martinez. Down the line's a good shot. Sinner hits a backhand pass wide. And it's advantage Martinez. Advantage Martinez. As the return goes back into Martinez, but Sinner hit it out. Martinez holds 4-3. Sinner still with the break though. But Martinez holds. And Rybakina goes to 30. Love. Sorry, 15 love. She serves out wide. The backhand is Tauson. Return goes in. And Rybakina forehand is out by a mile. Man, she shanked it. She changed minds. She was going to go one way and then she changed her mind. 15 all. By the way, Kaboli is up 2-1 on a break. Dimitrov's up 3-1 with a break first set. All right, Rybakina. Serves again. As the backhand return goes in the backhand of Rybakina. Tauson forehand. Again, the front of Rybakina as Tauson hits it long and it's 30-15. Can we be surprised at how good Tauson is against Rybakina? Not really. They played a 3-setter last year. That was before Tauson was as good as she is now. She's much better now. Tauson's been great this year. Made a 1,000 final, beat Osaka in the final of Auckland at the start of the year, or at least won that tournament by beating Osaka, even though it was a retirement. Tauson's been good, and she's also pushed Sabalenka. Tauson's dangerous. She's a very dangerous player. So I'm not surprised. 30-15. As Tauson backhand return, the backhand of Rybakina. Tauson forehand on the stretch. Into the forehand of Rybakina. As Tauson goes down the line to the backhand of Rybakina. Tauson on the stretch with a slice. Goes long. 40-15 Rybakina. And what has been happening this year, this tournament, I feel like nobody is safe. As Martinez, it's a lovely win. I love 30. Chance for Martinez to get a break point to get back on serve here. And Rybakina serves a fault. Second serve. Rybakina serves a second serve. Double fault. That was an angry second serve. 40-30. All right, 40-30. As the return goes into the forehand of... backhand slice Rybakina. And then Tauson gets it with a slice down the line. Rybakina is a deuce. Tauson looking for that double break. All right, first serve is a fault by Sinner. Second serve. Second serve, Sinner. To the backhand of Martinez. Sinner puts away the forehand. It's 30-all. As we have a forehand from Tauson to the forehand of Rybakina. Tauson on the stretch, but no. Rybakina hit it out. Break point for Tauson. For a double break and a serve for the match. It should knock out last year's semi-finalist. Advantage Tauson. Sinner rips a forehand, but hits it long. All right, break back point for Martinez. All right, Rybakina with a fault, second serve. Serving to the backhand of Tauson. Return goes out, and we get back to deuce. All right, break point for Martinez to get back on serve. Sinner with a serve to the forehand. Martinez. Sinner with a forehand cross court is a winner, and it's deuce. Not even a chance. No shot. right, deuce. For Rybakina, she hits a return now. Tauson to the floor to Rybakina. But Tauson gets another break point. Rybakina overhits it. Advantage Tauson. For a 5-1 lead in this second set. Remember, Rybakina did have a set point in the first set. As Tauson returns the floor to Rybakina, Rybakina puts it away. We get to deuce. As Sinner hits a forehand to the floor to Martinez. Sinner forehand again to the slice of Martinez. As Sinner forehand down the line. Martinez there with the backhand. Sinner drop shot. Martinez got it with a slice. Sinner with a passing shot lob. But Martinez with a lovely volley winner. Advantage Martinez to take back the break. The crowd like that one. That was a lovely little backhand volley. All right. Rybakina gets that to deuce. Caboli serving for the match. Yep. Caboli's ripping through Mensik as well. Great serve for Rybakina down the tee. I don't know if she meant it to be that good. Advantage Rybakina. All right. Rybakina to keep things close. Keep things going. As Martinez hits it out, and Sinner gets back to deuce. Serving to the backhand of Tauson. Return goes into the form of Rybakina. Tauson backhand goes wide. Rybakina survives. For now. All right. Back to Tauson. Tauson leads 4-2. Rybakina holds. Caboli's about to smoke Mensik. And he just wins. Man, Caboli crushed Mensik. Not even close. Caboli into the fourth round. Who's he going to play, though? I can't remember. It's Caboli versus... Can't remember. Caboli takes on... Oh, yeah. Cilic or Munar. Interesting. God, Draper Bublik. What a wasted chance for them, both of them. Anyways, advantage Martinez to get back on serve. Sinner serves. To the back of Martinez, off the tape and in the net from Martinez. And it's back to deuce as Tauson tries to get a 5-2 here. Who you got, Cilic or Munar? Probably Cilic in 5. Probably Cilic in 5. And that'll be close. All right, 15-0. As Tauson tries to serve in the wind. Sinner with a fault, by the way. Second serve. It's Tauson in the net. 15-30. Rybakina. As the return goes back in Sinner. Back in now from Martinez. Into the back of Sinner. Martinez forehand is a winner. And he gets another break point. Martinez in this second set. I don't know what Sinner's doing here, but he's struggling. All right. Lovely hitting from Tauson. She gets the 30-0. As Sinner serves an ace down the tee, back to deuce. Nice hitting from Tauson. All right, as Tauson comes to the net, Rybakina puts up a lob. Goes in. Tauson runs back for a forehand. Rybakina backhand cross court. Goes long, and Tauson gets to 40-30. As Martinez forehand on the stretch. Sinner goes down the line. Martinez backhand with Sinner. As Sinner with a forehand again goes the backhand of Martinez. Sinner backhand is down the line for a winner. Crazy shot. Okay. Sinner to go to 5-3 in the second, and Tauson to go to 5-2 in the second as it starts to rain again. Yeah, the weather has turned outside. It's getting wet again. Umbrellas are going up quickly. The umbrellas have gone up real quick. Tell you what, this is exactly what Rybakina needs. As Sinner hits a drop shot, Martinez gets it. Sinner with a volley, cross-court winner, and it's 5-3 Sinner. 5-3. 5-3 Sinner. Sinner. They've just stopped for now. They're not off the court, though. They're still on the court, so no one's moved. But it is raining. People have got umbrellas. All right. All right. Sinner hits it in the net. 30 love. By the way, Tauson is seated. She is not nobody, for anybody wondering. Close the roof. The roof is closed on center court. They don't have a roof on court 1. Court 2, sorry. 30 love. Serve in the back and a Sinner. Return goes into the forehand of Martinez and puts it in the net. 30-15. All right, return. Nope, that's a let by Martinez. All right, Sinner gets the 30-all. All right, 30-all. Sinner looking for this second set. Serve in the backhand Sinner, return to the forehand Martinez. Sinner backhand. Into the forehand Martinez. The Sinner backhand again. Goes wide, 40-30. All right. Martinez hits an error and it goes back to deuce. Okay. Deuces with a backhand from Sinner. Into the backhand of Martinez. Forehand from Sinner. Into the forehand of Martinez. A Sinner with his drop shot. Martinez gets a slice, but it's in the net. Advantage Sinner for the for the set. Second set for a 2-6-love lead. Advantage Sinner. Advantage Sinner. For a 2-6-love lead. As we had a fault from Martinez, second serve. Serve to the forehand of Sinner. Martinez forehand to the backhand of Sinner. And Sinner hits it wide. Back to deuce. Court one roof was open. That's crazy. Why? Why was the roof open? That's madness. All right. Sinner's got another set point. Down the line, backhand goes into the forehand of Sinner. Into the forehand of Martinez. Sinner with a forehand to the slice of Martinez. He comes to the net. Sinner with a pass. Martinez volley. Sinner with a forehand pass. Cross-court winner. Too good. Sinner too good. He's got a 2-6-love lead. Andy Roddick. Very serious in that front row. All right. By the way, the players on this court have not left, which is a good sign. Yeah, that was a crazy passing shot. All right. The players are back on court. Players are back on court. Well, the umpire's just waiting. All right, but Sinner's got a 2 sets to love lead, and he will be serving first in the third. Sinner serving. The ladies are still sitting down. Now we're still waiting for the umpire to give the all clear. Sinner's got 30 love. Rybakina should have played on court 1, not on Andreeva. Why isn't she? Wimbledon should put its former champion higher than upcoming unproved players. Yeah, I mean, tell them that. I can't help. I can't do anything about it. 40-30. We're waiting for them to come back. So Tauson can serve to get to 5-2. Players are ready to play, but the umpire's not letting them play. 40 love Sinner. By the way, we've got Swiatek taking on Collins after Sinner's match, so get ready. And then we got Djokovic. So we've still got plenty of tennis left. Not to mention all the matches going on outside. All right. Sinner holds 1 love in the third. Martinez to serve. All right, slice from Sinner is good, but Martinez with a lovely volley winner, 15 love. Again, the umpire just checking the courts on the women's match because it was raining for a bit and they didn't put covers on because it would have been a whole thing. All right, 15 all as Sinner leads easily. What's happening at Wimbledon? It's raining. Rybakina's not playing on court 1, so there's no closing the roof on court 1 that wouldn't make a difference for this court. This is court number 2. We're watching court 2. All right, so the umpire's waiting for the courts to dry. It's been 15 minutes, so the players are going to warm up again. Because it's been 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, they have to warm up again. So they're doing a mini warm-up before they get back to playing, which I think is kind of silly after 15 minutes of standing around when they could have been doing this 5 minutes ago. You know, it wasn't raining 5 minutes ago, but now they've got to warm up for 5 minutes. And anyways, 30 all. Martinez. Martinez serves. The forehand of Sinner. Martinez backhand to the forehand again of Sinner. Into the forehand of Martinez. Sinner forehand into the slice of Martinez in the net. And it's 30-40. Sinner. A chance to get the break. How come it's only raining on some courts? I don't know. Selective weather. First serve's a fault by Martinez. Second serve. As we're backing out Martinez, then the line goes long. Sinner's got a break. 2-love in the third. Kazatkina is Russian and has taken up Australian citizenship. Samsonova has not taken citizenship but grew up and lives in Italy. And? Are you just stating a fun fact, or are you like getting to something like, and what's your point? What are you trying to say? Are you getting at anything, or is it just a random statement? 40-30, by the way. Tauson, they're just warming up some serves, and then we'll kick off again. All right, Sinner, by the way, 2-love. As he hits a backhand into the backhand of Martinez. Sinner to the forehand of Martinez, the forehand of Sinner. Into the slice of Martinez. Sinner with a volley winner. 30-love. $30-love. Sinner serves again. He's serving volley. Sinner, and that's too good. 40-love. Samson over respect. Okay, so you obviously don't understand why Dasha decided to come to Australia. You don't get that, do you? You don't understand? You're not thinking. You don't understand why Dasha came to Australia and decided to move here. Tauson holds 5-2. 5-2 Tauson. All right, Sinner 3-love. And he is halfway to a straight sets victory. Dimitrov's got a 4-2 lead, by the way. So, yeah, Krejcikovic just broke 2-1 against Navarro. Have I seen Kazatkina in Melbourne? No, because she hasn't. Because she's been traveling the world on tour. I understand why Dasha came to Australia. Yeah. Don't think it's that hard to understand. Anyways, 5-2. Tauson is one game away from making the fourth round. All right, slice into the backhand of Tauson. Good pickup by Tauson. Love 15. All right, love 15. There's a bit of fault from Rybakina, second serve. Second serve. And Tauson returns the forehand of Rybakina. Tauson forehand into the forehand of Rybakina. There's Tauson with the backhand slice in the net. 15-0. All right, serve. The forehand of Tauson. Return goes backhand of Rybakina. Rybakina hits it long. 15-30. As Rybakina serves again. Serve is a fault. Second serve. Into the forehand of Tauson. Return goes into the forehand of Rybakina. Tauson with a lob in the net. 30-0. 30-all. Sinner, jeez. Sinner's got somewhere else to be, I think. All right, 30-all. As you're back into the forehand winner, and it's 40-30. So 15-40. Martinez having first set flashbacks. Yeah, please stop spamming. I'm very happy that Eala fans are still watching tennis after she went out, so thank you. All right, 40-30. Rybakina serves. Into the backhand slice of Tauson. Forehand Rybakina is a winner. All right, 5-3. Tauson's going to serve the match. Five, 3. All right, Sinner 30-40. Sinner to get the double break here in the second. Oh, sorry, the third. In the third. Martinez serves. Into the backhand of Sinner. Return goes back into Martinez. Sinner backhand again to the backhand of Martinez. Into the backhand of Sinner. Martinez forehand. Into the forehand of Sinner, who hits a drop shot. Martinez is going to get there with a slice. Sinner with a volley lob. As Martinez backhand lob. And Sinner with a smash. Put away. There it is. 4-love. 4-love. Sinner just too good. 4-love. All right, 4-love. Love 15. He's got a forehand winner there from Tauson. 15-0. Three points from knocking out the 2022 champion. As Sinner puts another volley away. 15-love. Tauson serves again. Rybakina. Return goes out. 30-15. As we just serve again from Tauson. As a default from Tauson, second serve. As Rybakina gets the point, Tauson in the net, 30-40. Sorry, 30-all. All right. 30-15 for Sinner. As Tauson serve, big point for Rybakina. Tauson serves. Into the back of Rybakina, return back to Tauson. Drop shot is good. Rybakina slice win is better though. And it's Rybakina with a breakback point, 30-40. When did I start the channel? Like 2018. All right, 30-40. Rybakina to get one of the breaks back. Oh, Tauson with a massive serve out wide. All right. As Tauson serves again. Sinner double faults and he gets the deuce. All right, Tauson serves a fault, second serve. Serve in the back of Rybakina, return goes long, and it's advantage Tauson to take her spot in the fourth round and knock out Elena Rybakina. Advantage Tauson. Also Sinner with the advantage. He's got a chance to go to 5-love in the third. As Tauson serves again. Serve is a fault. Second serve. Sinner got 5-love. Second serve. Tauson. Ooh. Rybakina on the attack. Second serve. Into the backhand of Rybakina. Return goes back into Tauson. Rybakina backhand. Again, the slice of Tauson. Rybakina on the stretch, on the attack, sorry, with the forehand goes long! And Tauson wins off a Rybakina error. And that's a shame. Rybakina just didn't play well today. Tauson gets the win. And she's into the fourth round. I'll tell you, Chad, if Swiatek can get through today, some of the players that she was afraid of are gone. Swiatek's draw just gets a little bit nicer if she can get through today. If she can get through today. I mean, today's a crazy match. But if she can win today, Swiatek, then maybe she can make a semi. Tauson's not going to be pushover, but still. Swiatek's draw without Rybakina looks a lot nicer. Disappointing for Rybakina. Very disappointing. She had set points, should have won the first set. And the rain delay didn't help. The breaks, the rain delays didn't help anybody, including me. But Tauson gets a win. 7-6, 6-3. She's in the fourth round of Wimbledon. Maybe Tauson's going to have a run here. Maybe it's her tournament. All right. All right, we're going to merge the streams. If you want to keep watching this Sinner match, which might end in a minute because Sinner's got 5-love, jump on over. Yeah, Rybakina is not happy, and she shouldn't be happy because she hadn't lost to Tauson before, and she had a good draw. I mean, Swiatek, she would have liked her chances and all that stuff, so yeah. But Tauson wins. Tauson is into the 4th round. We're going to find out after this Sinner match who she's going to play because Swiatek versus Collins is coming on next. But jump on over and see what Sinner can do.